Hey guys, welcome to this wonderful 2 days of reading, learning, growth, and excellence. If you can see me and hear me, please type in yes in the chat box so I know. Okay, perfect. Good. Thank you. So let's get going. Thank you so much for joining in today. It's going to be a 2 wonderful days of learning. We are going to learn a lot about reading, about how to read, how to understand, how to remember, how to recall, how to utilize that reading, how your brain fools you to stop you from reading, how you can overcome that, and a lot more. It's going to be really amazing 2 days, and I welcome you all on this wonderful journey of growth via reading. So before we get going, because it is going to be 2 days and because there are a decent number of people here, it's important that we set up some rules for the training, right? It's very important that we have some wonderful rules in place so that everything goes smooth and all the learning is really materialized to some wonderful outcomes. So very important, first of all, I want to make sure that all of you have your cameras turned off. Your camera should be off, your audio should be off. The audio will be off anyways, I can control that from here, but your camera should also be off. This is only to ensure that your movement is not disturbing others and others movement is not disturbing you. Okay, so please keep your cameras, your audios off throughout this training. Both the days, today and tomorrow, after the training is over, we are going to get into a Q&A session. At that time, of course, you can put your video on, your cameras on, your audio on. We can have an interaction. Most of the day, the training will be such that it will be one way, which means your video and audio will both be off and it will be between you and me. Although there is a decent number of people here, the training is really between you and me, right? You did not know who else is there in the training. So that's rule number one. We need to keep your audio and video off. Beyond that, let's get into some important rules for this training. Some important things that will materialize very nicely for you when you follow them. And the guidelines that I'm going to give you now are not just for this training, but probably for any other training that you will ever attend, or even when you read a book, these will be very helpful to you. Okay. So number one, as you go through this training, you're going to have a lot of questions. How many of you like to ask questions during a training? What should you do when you have a question? Type in the chat box. What should you do when you have a question? Ask. Correct. If you have a question, you should ask. What happens when you ask a question? You get answers. Well, you probably get answers. You don't always get answers. Okay. That is what happens outside of you. What happens inside of you when you ask a question? What is the purpose of asking a question? To get an answer. The purpose of asking a question, generally, not always, is to get a ready-made answer. When you ask a question to get a ready-made answer, you are actually training your brain to not think and hope to get ready-made answers. Would you like to do that? No, right? Then what do you do when you have a question? So here's a fundamental thing I want you all to follow, not only through this training, but for any other training you'll ever attend or any book you'll read or any learning session you'll ever do. Whenever you do something good, you will have questions. Whenever you have a question, first ask yourself. Your brain has the ability to generate answers to any question on earth. I repeat, your brain has the ability to generate answers to any question on earth. Sometimes right, sometimes wrong, that's a different story, but you can generate answers. I mean, you know that there are people out there, and probably you are also one of them, who always have solutions to every other person's problems. Except for our own problems, we have solutions for everybody else's problems, right? Which means we have answers to every question on earth. Now, why is this important? Because when you have a question, if you first ask yourself, it is not important whether you generate a right or a wrong answer. What is important is you are training your brain to keep questioning yourself first, get in the creative zone, generate answers. Then if you want, you can ask the question here. So when you ask the question to yourself first, and then you ask, then the purpose is not to get a ready-made answer. The purpose is to get an answer. The purpose is to validate your thought. And validation is fine. Checking whether what you're thinking is right or wrong is fine, but directly asking a question only to get an answer is probably training your brain for spoon feeding. Okay, so follow this rule. So whenever you have a question, you need to first ask yourself, then you need to hold your curiosity until you are able to ask the question in the Q&A. Many questions will come to your mind through this because there are so many aspects to reading, and as we go open them one by one, a lot of questions will come. If I start answering your questions as and when they come, what will happen is the topic will remain aside and only Q&A will happen. Okay, generally after this training the Q&A goes on for hours sometimes. So it's important that we don't disturb the training through Q&A. If you want, you can post your question in the chat box. So I have registered it. However, I will answer them at a relevant time. 99% of your questions will anyways be answered throughout the training. Because I have been doing this for the last almost a decade now, I pretty much know what questions come into the training. And 99% of the questions I know. Of course, there is always something new for me as well. I am not denying that. But most of your questions will definitely be answered through the training itself. It is positioned somewhere in the training. You need to keep your curiosity alive for that question and focus on the topic at hand. And if it is still not answered, the Q&A session is there. I promise I will be here until the last question is answered. That is my promise to you. After the training is over, I will be here until the last question is answered. Okay, so you don't have to worry whether you'll get a chance or not. Everybody will get a chance. What is important is when the training is on, you focus on the topic at hand and don't get too involved into your question. Note it down somewhere and focus on the training. Okay, and even if you ask me, I'm going to ask you a counter question. I will ask you, what do you think? Which means you have to first think for yourself, right? So whenever you have a question, ask yourself. Rule number 2, a very important rule. How many of you take notes in training programs? Almost everybody. Wonderful. You take notes when you are attending a training program or when you're reading a book, correct? Now, before I tell you about this rule, let me ask you a question. Anything that is single color in nature, anything that has only one color, what would you call it? Anything that is single color in nature. What is the scientific word for it? Monochromatic. Correct. Monochromatic. You said it, not me. Anything that is monochromic also becomes what? Anything that is monochromic also becomes what? Monotonous. You said it, not me. Anything that is monotonous also becomes what? Boring, idle. Wonderful. You said it, not me. Anything that is boring puts you to what? Sleep. Again, you said it, not me. So you already know that anything that is single color is monochromic, hence becomes monotonous, hence become boring, hence puts you to sleep. Then, my friends, should you take your notes in single color or multiple colors? You already know one reason why you sleep when you read. Because your books are single color. Now, unfortunately, you cannot change your books. You cannot go to the publisher and tell, please publish a book in multiple colors and give it to me. That is something that we cannot change, but can we at least change our notes? Second rule in this training is whenever you are taking your notes, use multiple colors. Use as many colors as you can to take your notes. Let them be colorful. Nobody likes things that are single color. Okay? And you already said it yourself. So use multiple colors when you take your notes. Our brain is designed to like multiple colors. It is not designed to live with either blue or black. That was good when you were in school or in your class books, where it was a rule to use a single color. That too not blue or black, or no, not blue and black. It was blue or black, only one color. But that's okay. School is over for most of you. So don't worry too much about it. Okay. Next rule. Whenever you are taking your notes, instead of writing your notes, draw your notes. Instead of writing your notes, draw your notes. Some of you are immediately terrified. How many of you are good at drawing? Type in the chat box. Are you good or bad or average at drawing? Good, bad, average, good, bad. As expected, very few think that they are good. Most of them know that they are bad. And those who don't know or those who don't want to take one side will say average, which is fine, which is fair. Now, it doesn't matter how good or bad you are at drawing. All of you have done ample drawing on the last page of your notebooks. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you all done ample drawing on the last page of your notebooks? Yes. All types of doodling, all types of funny pictures you have done there. And there you didn't care whether you could draw or not. Correct? When I say draw your notes, I mean draw notes in that manner. Doodle your notes. Have fun with your notes. Your notes don't have to be serious. Not only for this workshop, but for any book you read or any training that you attend. Draw your notes. What happens is, see, do you recall the masti that you did on the last page of your books? Yes. You may forget what you wrote in the entire book, but even after a few years, you remember what you did on the last page of your books. That is the power of drawing. When you draw, when you have doodling, when you have fun with your notes, the recall is higher. And that's the whole idea of learning, right? You should remember what you have learned. So when you take your notes in that form, you'll definitely recall much higher. So the next rule is draw your notes. And nobody's going to see your notes, only you will see. So don't care whether they are good or bad in drawing. Okay? Draw your notes. And then it's going to be a good 5 hours today, a good 5 hours tomorrow. So of course, there will be breaks in between. It is very important that whenever I give a break, you take a break. Some people have this habit that whenever a break is declared, they think, let me sit and revise what happened in the last 1 or 1.5 hours in the last session. Please don't do that. Whenever a break is given, take a break. That break is required by your mind to refresh itself so that it can come back for the next session to absorb more information. If you sit and revise in that break, that session becomes long enough. The two sessions combine into one because you didn't take a break, and then you actually forget more. So technically, whenever a break is given, you must take a break. Okay. So these are some fundamental principles I want you to follow through this training. Draw your notes, use colors. When a break, take a break. And when you have a question, first ask yourself, then note down the question, keep your curiosity alive. We will answer it in the Q&A session. Okay, good. And of course, keep your audio and video off. So with that, let's get going into the training. You've most probably attended the introductory webinar, the 1-hour webinar, how to read 100 books in a year. And we are going to move from there. Even if you haven't attended it, it doesn't matter. You will still learn a lot. Although I won't repeat what was said in that webinar. Yet the course is designed such that whether or not you have attended that, you will still make the most out of this course. However, if you have attended that, then it will give you much more value. So what I recommend is, if you haven't attended that webinar, I'll share the recording with you at the end of the day today. In the rest of the day, anytime, please see that video as well. That way you will get more out of this course as we move forward. Okay. So with that, let's get going with the actual content. A lot of wonderful things that we are going to learn. One of the primary reasons why all of you are here is because you all want to read. One of the primary reasons you want to read is because you want to learn new things, different things, or you want to entertain yourself with reading. One of the reasons why you want to learn and do new things is because you want to grow in life, right? So let's keep growth as our end goal. Although we will learn speed reading, how to remember, how to understand, I want you to remember one thing. The entire idea here is to learn how to read so that you grow in life. Okay, great. The first thing that I want to ask you is, who is the manager of all the knowledge that you have? Who does all the learning in your body? The brain, correct? Whenever you are learning something, of course, muscles are involved, body is involved, everything is involved, but the real learning happens somewhere in your brain as per science. Fine. So if the brain is the manager of all the knowledge, and brain is also the initiator of all the actions you take, we need to know how the brain works, right? Before we even go to reading, before we even learn how to move our eyes, how to use our brain, how to read the books, what should be the environment, there are so many things we will cover. It's important to very quickly understand some fundamental things about the brain. And trust me, throughout this training, I'm not going to talk about biology at all. So don't worry. I'm not going to talk about which part of the brain does what, because it doesn't matter. Jo hai, andar hai. Whatever it is inside, right? It doesn't matter what is doing what. What is important is how do you make best use of it. So let me ask you this question first. How many of you have heard this term? Use your head. How many of you have heard this? Use your head, damn it. कभी तो दिमाग का इस्तेमाल करो. How many of you have heard this? डोकं वापर ना भाऊ. All of you, right? In some time or the other, somebody has definitely told this to you. Probably when you were a child, your parents said this, you went to school, your teacher said this, you grew a bit older, your friends started saying this, you went to colleges, your professors said this, you joined a job somewhere, your bosses said this. If you are the boss, probably your client said this. Then you got married, then you know who said this. And probably eventually your children will also say this someday. Papa, sometimes use your head, right? So, there is one single answer that you can give to these people who tell you to use your head, by which they will never ever ask you to use your head again, and they will never ask anybody else to use their head again. What do you think that answer is? I am using, no, that will create an argument. That answer is, yes, sir, I will use my head from now. Kindly tell me how to use my head. Please help me with some methods of how to use the head. Who knows how to use the head? Of course, you are all using your head. I am not saying you are not using your head, but you are subconsciously doing it. How many of you know how to make best use of this brain? Unfortunately, the brain didn't come with a user's manual, right? Like your refrigerator, like your mobile phone, like your TV comes with a user's manual. The brain didn't come with that. So we all learned from experience by looking around. By looking at things around us, we learn from it. Right? Now, today you're going to learn how to use your head, because that is where all reading is going to happen. That is where all learning is going to happen. Fine? So with that, let's get into this. I want you to type in the chat box everything that you think your brain does. And all this is directly related to reading. Stay tuned. This is all directly related to reading. Type in the chat box everything that you think your brain does throughout your life. Managing your body. Okay, what else? Inferencing. Memory. Making guesses. Interesting. Takes decisions. Manage the five senses. Okay. Learning. Thinking. Dreaming. Even more interesting. Daydreaming. Calculations. So many things your brain does, right? There are so many things that your brain does all the time. Let me put this on the screen here. It does inferences, planning, logic, calculations, analysis, dreaming, daydreaming, ideation, commanding, responding, thinking, guessing, creativity, generating ideas, working with your emotions, learning, daydreaming, memory, analysis. So many things that your brain does. And this is just a very small list. There is much more that your brain does from this. Okay. Now, if I ask you, all these items that you see on the screen right now, there are two items from which everything else is derived. What do you think those two items will be? If there were two items from which everything else is derived, what do you think those two items will be? Quickly tell me. No, not analysis. Thinking is correct. What else? What else? Memory. Everything you ever do in your life primarily derives from memory and thinking. Everything that you ever do. How you are sitting right now derives from your memory and thinking. The reason you attend this workshop derives from your memory and thinking. Memory and thinking are the two fundamental things from which everything you do in your life is primarily derived. Let's take some examples. How we are sitting right now. Some people may be lying on their bed and listening to me right now, because their memory knows when the video is off, nobody knows what I am doing. Right? And they are not thinking about it. Some people may be very nicely sitting on a chair with a table, complete attention listening to this, because their memory knows nobody is looking at me, but their thinking knows that I am here for my own development. So they are sitting with full focus. etc., etc. Okay, I don't want to give you too many sermons here. But the point is, everything you do derives from your memory and thinking. Let's take some quick examples. Analysis. Your brain does analysis, right? What is analysis? There is some information. Either you already have it. Maybe you wanted to attend this workshop. For that, you have to reschedule a few things. So you analyzed, what can I do? When can I reschedule this meeting? When can I reschedule that attendance? And how do I join this workshop? You had a few options in your mind or on paper. You took them in your short-term memory. You think over it and you come up to some conclusions. So analysis is nothing but thinking applied on data, which is in your memory. Decision making is an outcome of analysis. So decision making derives from analysis, which further derives from memory and thinking. Emotions that your brain works with are again an outcome of memory and thinking. Given a certain situation, will all of you have the same emotion? No, right? All of you will have different emotions. What will your emotions be dependent on? Your experiences and how you think over it. When you put these two together, you emote, you have your emotions, right? So every single thing you do in your life primarily derives from memory and thinking. If you have a wonderful memory but no thinking, you are like an SD card which knows a lot but cannot do anything about it. If you are a one, if you have very good thinking skills but no memory at all, you are like a processor which can do a lot but has nothing to do. Only when these two things combine, memory and processor, that is when wonderful things happen, whether it's a computer or whether it's a human being. Everything you do derives from memory and thinking. How many of you would agree with this? You do? Great. Super. Then, yes, of course. Then, I have two questions for you. Who taught you how to use your memory? Nobody. School. School didn't teach you how to use your memory. School expected you to use your memory. Second question. Who taught you how to think? Observation. Yes, you learn to think with your observation. In fact, we learned a lot of things by observation, but that is what other animals do as well, right? Other animals also learn from observation, but that learning is just enough for two things: survival and reproduction. Excellence. Human beings are the only species who live for excellence. All other animals live for survival and reproduction. Human beings live for excellence. We create technology, we create different type of chairs, we create satellites, we create so many wonderful things, we create aeroplanes. We live for excellence, we live to make life easier. And for that, we need to work on these two fundamental things: memory and thinking. The entire education system in the world, I don't care which country you are from, there are people from different nationalities here. Whatever nationality you are from, all countries in the world primarily expect you to remember a lot. All education system, all exams in the world, whether you are being a doctor or a chartered accountant or an engineer or a lawyer or an architect or any school you go to, all exams primarily expect that you read a lot, remember a lot. The person who scores good marks is the one who has good memory. Your memory is tested. They don't test your skills really. Maybe one or two practical exams to test your skills, but rest of it is all theory where your memory is tested. I don't have a problem with that. But my problem is then at least teach how to use memory. And then all organizations in the world primarily have one expectation from all employees: think out of the box, think differently, do things differently. But who is investing in teaching how to think, how to generate ideas as and when you need them? Nobody. Right? Or very few. I won't say nobody, but very few. When you learn these two things, you have worked on the fundamentals, right? How to use your memory, how to use your thinking. And then you can do wonders in life, right? All your reading that you will ever do, probably you are already reading, probably you are looking forward to read from here on. But the reading that you do is only useful if it can stay in your memory, it can be recalled, and if you can think over it. Otherwise, it is all useless, right? And that's why these two things are fundamental to whatever you do. With that thought, with that knowledge, that these two things are very powerful and we need to work on them. Let's move on to the next topic called most important graph in the world. I know you are all here to learn speed reading. That is also coming. But even before you learn speed reading, you need to first learn what is reading. Before you do that, you need to first learn what is learning, because reading is a form of learning. And for that, you need to know how your brain learns. How do I remember? How do I forget? How do I understand? How do I misunderstand? When do I lose focus? When do I gain focus? How do I retain it? How do I complete the book that I started? Many of you probably have a lot of books at your home, which you started reading, read a couple of chapters, thought you'll continue tomorrow, and then never opened again. There has to be a reason to it. How do you fix that? Let's work on that to understand how does the brain really function when it comes to learning. Okay, for that we are going to have a look at a very wonderful topic called most important graph in the world. A graph designed by a very powerful person named Tony Buzan, who was the founder of World Memory Championships, who was the coach of the record holder in speed reading, who was a Nobel Prize nominee for peace, who was a karate black belt, who was a coach of an Olympic gold medal winning rowing team, and a lot more. Education ambassador to many countries, and a lot more. Okay, he designed this graph and he gave some wonderful insights into how our brain functions when it comes to learning. So let's have a look at this graph. I'm putting it here on my screen. We call it the most important graph in the world. Okay, now what is this graph? This blue line is your recall curve. How many of you have this challenge? Every time I read something, after some time I forget what I read. How many of you have this challenge? You forget what you read and then you wonder what's the point of reading if I don't remember, right? So this graph is going to tell you what you remember, what you forget, what you understand, what you misunderstand, how that happens and how you can fix it. Okay, so this graph, let's have a look at the ingredients first. The x-axis represents a learning period, when learning begins and when learning ends. The y-axis represents the amount you will recall, and the blue curve that you see on the graph is how much you will recall immediately after the learning is over. So if you sit and learn for 1 hour, how much you will recall out of that 1 hour immediately after the learning period is over, that is said by this blue line. Okay, so your x-axis is the time when learning starts and ends, and y-axis is how much you will recall, and the blue line tells you what that recall is. And then there are some other pictures, we will talk about this. Now before I get there, in order to understand this graph, we need to create a learning period. Now what is a learning period? First of all, this graph applies to whatever learning you do in your life. Irrespective of the size of your learning period, whatever you will learn in the next 30 to 40 minutes is going to apply as it is. Trust me guys, if you are very attentive in the next 30 to 40 minutes, half the training is done. A lot of eye-opening moments are going to happen in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Okay, so focus very well. Now, let's understand what is a learning period. If you open a book and read it for 1 hour, is that a learning period? Yes, because you're learning something in that 1 hour, right? This graph tells you exactly after that 1 hour, the moment you close the book after 1 hour, how much you will remember, how much you will recall. What you will remember, what you will recall. Okay. Next, this 2 days of training program that you're attending, is that a learning period? Yes, because you're going to learn. Some of you might have done your college degrees, 3 years, 4 years, whatever. Was that a learning period? Yes. Is your marriage a learning period? No doubt. Okay. Is your entire life a learning period? Yes. Is a 2-minute introduction with a new person a learning period? If you get introduced to a new person for 2 minutes, is that a learning period? Yes, because you learn something new about a new person. Now, irrespective of what is the size of the learning period, whether it is a 2 minute or a 2 day or a 2 hour or entire life, what you learn in this graph applies as it is. How much you recall, what you forget applies as it is, irrespective of the size of the learning period. So first, in order to understand this graph well, I'm going to create a learning period. Okay. When I say I'll create a learning period, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a few words. I want you to simply listen to these words. Some of you may already know some memory techniques. Please don't apply them here. Don't write these words. Simply listen. What is important is first to understand what are the capabilities of your brain to remember and recall by simply listening. Fine. Then how much you understand and misunderstand by simply listening. And then we will relate all of this with reading. Fine. So by simply listening, how much do you remember? How much do you recall? Let's have a look. Okay. Ready for it? Everybody? Good. So simply listen to this list. Don't write. Don't attempt to recall. Don't attempt to remember. Don't repeat. Nothing. Simply listen. Right? Here we go. House, floor, tiles, wall, glass, ceiling, roof, sky, sun, tree, night, bag, and of the, and of the, rope, Amitabh Bachchan, water, and of the, jungle, lion, cheetah, mango, orange. Last few words. Road, bus, laptop, charger, aeroplane, parachute. Okay, so that's your list of words. You all listen to it. Hopefully you were able to listen to it. Now let me ask you a simple question. I told you not to attempt to recall, simply listen. Don't write down, don't attempt to recall. Let me ask you, and please don't type these words in the chat box. Please don't type anything in the chat box yet until I tell you to. Okay. I have only one question to you, and only type in yes or no. Don't type the words, only type in yes or no. Do you recall all the words in the sequence that I gave you? Do you recall all the words in the same sequence that I gave it to you? ज़्यादा हो रहा है. Too much to ask, right? Almost is not all. With full guarantee, can you tell me, yes, I recall all the words in the sequence that you gave me? Most probably not. Correct? Great. In that case, there might be some words that you forgot, some words that you remembered. And I pretty much know which words you forgot and which words you remembered. And let's do a quick test of that. Okay? Only type in yes or no. Please don't type the word in the chat box. Okay? Be very careful about this. Only type in yes or no. Otherwise, I'll make the chat private. Okay? Here you go. Do you recall the first word? Yes or no? Do you recall the first word? As you can see in the chat box, almost everybody is saying yes. One or two are saying no, but almost everybody is saying yes. Do you recall the second word? Majority is still saying yes. Okay, stop typing. Stop typing. Do you recall the third word? Yes or no? Number of no's is increasing now, but still majority is yes. The fourth word. Fourth word. Don't type the word, just yes or no. Half are saying yes, half are saying no. The fifth word, the sixth word, the seventh word, the eighth word. As you can see, now the majority is no. So first few words, everybody recalls. Almost everybody recalls. First two, three, four words, right? Up to 7 pieces of information your brain can easily hold. Then it starts cracking. So you might have heard wonderful things like the human brain can store 100 encyclopedias and n number of information and this and that. This wonderful brain which can store terabytes of information cannot even store 7 words. Well, it can if there is a system, but by natural means it cannot even store that much because it doesn't want to store that much. It's not your inability, it's just that the brain doesn't care so much. Okay, so first few words, all of you definitely recall. This effect is called as the effect of primacy. As you can see, the graph is higher in the beginning. Whatever you was said in the earlier part of the list, you recall very easily. And then slowly the graph dips down. But then let me ask you, how many of you recall the last few words? Let's not do last, first, last, second, last, third, last, but last 3, 4 words. How many of you recall the last 3 or 4 words? Majority of you, right? So the graph, as you can see, is going up again in the end. So first few are easily remembered, the last few are remembered, the middle drops down. That is where you forget a lot of things. Anything that happens in the beginning of the learning period and the end of the learning period is easily remembered. The rest is easily forgotten. Let's look at some examples about this. And this happens with your reading also. Okay, but we'll come to reading. We'll relate all of this with reading. Let's get the fundamentals right. How many of you remember the those who are married or in a relationship? Do you remember the first time you met your better half? The first meeting? Do you have a good recall of it? Yes. The second meeting? The third meeting? Fourth meeting? Fifth meeting? You don't. The first of everything is easily recalled. Those who are working somewhere, do you remember the first day in your current job? How it went? In your current job, how was your first day? Probably yes. Second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day. You don't. The effect of primacy says anything that happens in the beginning of a learning period is easily remembered. When you read a book, what you remember in the first few minutes, you'll remember automatically. You don't have to take efforts for it. You don't need techniques for it. Same thing with the recency rule. Anything that happens in the end of a learning period is easily recalled. The rest is easily forgotten. How many of you remember what you ate for food yesterday night? What you ate for dinner yesterday? Most of you will remember. Day before yesterday, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before. You won't. What has recently happened or what happened at the end of a learning period, you definitely recall. How many of you recall the last day of your previous job, or the last day of your school, or the last day of your previous year in school? What all masti you did? You recall it, right? End of everything is easily recalled. The beginning of everything is easily recalled. The rest is forgotten. Now, this is the effect of primacy and recency. And when you understand this graph very well, guys, this graph is not just for reading, not just for learning. If you understand this graph very well, you will be very successful in a lot of things. Where is this graph implemented? Let's have a look. How much focus is put, how much energy is put to figure out how will a hero enter a movie? Entry of the hero, entry of the villain, entry of the heroine. How much focus is put on that? A lot of it. Why? Because it's the primacy of that person in the movie. And the creators know that the primacy is what people will remember. How much focus is put, how much effort is put to figure out how the movie will end. A lot, because it is the recency that people will remember. That is what they will carry out of the cinema theaters and talk about with people. You probably in your exams did this. When you had 10 questions to answer, you looked on one question which you are very confident of and answered that one first, because you wanted to give a good primacy to the examiner. Right? Look at anything in and around you that is successful. They give a lot of effort to what is the primacy and what is the recency, because that is what human beings remember better. You must be able to apply this to your reading as well. What you do in the beginning will be easily remembered. What you do in the end of your reading will be easily remembered. What happens in the middle will be forgotten. What to do about that, we will figure out. I'll tell you how to remember that. But naturally, what is right? Let's look at that first. Naturally, how does your brain work? Okay. Now, let's move on to the next one. In this entire list that I gave you, there is one word, one entity in this list, which was neither in the beginning nor in the ending, yet all of you definitely remember it. Type in the chat box, what is it? Neither in the beginning nor in the end. It's somewhere in the middle, but all of you definitely remember it. Amitabh Bachchan. Correct. Do you all remember that I said Amitabh Bachchan? Yes. Now, this was neither in the beginning nor in the end. In fact, it was bang in the center of the list. And I just told you what is in the center will be forgotten, but you all remember it. How does that happen? Because it's a celebrity? What else? Well-known person? His voice? Okay. Trust me, none of this. You don't remember Amitabh Bachchan, that I said Amitabh Bachchan because he's a celebrity or he's a good voice or for whatever reasons. The reason is very different. All these are facts, all these are correct, but that is not the reason why you remember the person that I said. Let me tell you why you remember that I said Amitabh Bachchan. See, when I said house, did I say house by the way? Yes, first word. Okay. Was some picture created in your mind? Did you see some picture? Either your house or that typical scenery house, two lines like this, two lines like this, and a square in the middle. You saw some kind of house, right? When I said orange, did I say orange? Was orange in my list? Yes. Did some picture appear in front of you? Yes. Can you tell me particulars about that orange? Exactly what color, how much ripe, which orange, Nagpur orange or this orange or that orange? Probably not. Something orangish appeared in front of you. You didn't really focus on the particulars. However, when I said Amitabh Bachchan, did something humanish appear in front of you, or did particularly Amitabh Bachchan appear in front of you? In your mind, in your imagination. A picture of Amitabh Bachchan came in. Probably a well-groomed person on the KBC hot seat, or the angry young man image that you have probably from his early days. Some particular picture of Amitabh Bachchan came to your mind. Whenever your mind creates a clear picture of something, the recall is always there. And that is the reason why you recall Amitabh Bachchan, not because he is famous or whatever. In fact, later I will prove it to you that you forget things that are more famous. But I'll come to that shortly. Okay. So you remember Amitabh Bachchan because of the clear picture that got created in your mind. This is the effect of imagination. Effect of imagination. Anything that stands out, anything that creates a clear picture, or not just visual picture, but any senses of yours, when they get involved, your recall is much higher. Anything that is abstract will be forgotten. See, for example, let's talk about other senses a little bit. How many of you recall, type in the chat box yes or no, how many of you recall the taste of the chapati or rice that you eat every day? Think carefully, try to recall it and then type in the chat box. How many of you recall the taste of the chapati or the rice that you eat every day? The bread or the chapati or the rice that you eat every day? And look at the answers. Some are saying yes, some are saying no, and many are saying no. Almost half of them are saying no. How does that happen? How could you not recall The taste of something that you eat every day. You eat chapati probably twice a day, that too 2 or 3 chapatis every time, yet you don't recall the taste. How does that happen? Okay, how many of you recall the taste of some food item, some food dish in some restaurant that you like a lot, your favorite food dish from some restaurant? It could be some pizza or something like that. How many of you recall the taste of that? Look at the chat box. Everybody saying yes. So something that you eat every day, you are not able to recall. Something that you eat once in a while, you are able to recall. What is the difference? What could be the reason? The reason is when you are eating that chapati every day, you are doing a favor on the chapati. You are finishing off. Finish it off. It comes to you immediately, tear a bite, start chewing it, eat it, fill your tummies, move on. But when that dish in the restaurant comes in front of you, let us say a pizza comes in front of you, now you involve your senses. You want to see that shape. You want to see the exact 8 pieces. You want to see the toppings, the color. You want to feel the crust. You want to smell it. You will chew it for a longer time because you want to taste it. You involve your senses, you recall better. When that bread or rice comes in front of you at home, you don't involve your senses, you simply finish it off. Whenever your senses are involved, your recall is much better. My friends, when you're reading, how much of your senses do you involve? You simply move on with your reading to complete the book. You're taking everything abstract. You don't visualize it, you don't picturize it, you don't feel it, you don't touch it, you don't taste it, you don't smell it. Whatever is happening in that book. And that's the reason why you forget. Makes sense? Yes? Next. So you saw whatever happens in the beginning or in the end or has some senses involved is easily remembered, rest is forgotten. But there were some words in the list that all of you definitely remember. They were neither in the beginning nor in the end, and they have no picture or senses at all. What are those words? Type in the chat box. And of the. Correct. Now, how did that happen? How could you remember something that was neither in the beginning nor in the end, and there is no picture to it either? They were repeated. Okay. What else? The reason you understood, you remembered and of the is because they were associated. There was a link created. This is the effect of association. I'll explain this to you, which also happens by repetition. But let me ask you this. When I said and for the first time, how many of you got confused? Did I say and or ant? What did I say? And as in the connector word or ant as in the insect? Right? Many of you got confused there. And bola ki ant bola. So you connected and with ant. That created a connection in your mind. That's why you recalled. Then I said off. When I said off, you went back to correct your and to and. Right? And you connected and with off. Then I said the. You connected and of the as 3 connectors. Then I said and again. When I said and again, how many of you thought I said it by mistake? I repeated by mistake. A few of you. Right? You connected and with the concept of a mistake. How many of you thought there is a trick here? You did, right? You connected and with the concept of a trick. How many of you thought it's a plain repetition? You connected the next and with the previous and. In some way or the other, you created a connection in your mind. Every time you create a connection, your recall is better. And this is what we all naturally do already. See, if you go to a social setup, some gathering or something, and you go with your brother, and it so happens that your colleague is also there. How do you introduce each other? How would you introduce your brother and colleague? Will you say, hey, Ramesh, this is Rakesh. Hey, Rakesh, this is Ramesh. Is that what you do? No. You say, hey, Ramesh, this is my brother Rakesh. Hey, Rakesh, this is my colleague Ramesh. Right? You give that connection. Human beings remember by connection. Nothing can remain standalone in your mind. You have to get them connected. Only when they are connected, you remember better. Unfortunately, when you read your books, you keep that information standalone, and that is the reason you forget. You have to merge that information with what you already know, with your existing knowledge. You have to create those connections. That is when you are going to remember better. That is the effect of association. Okay. We'll talk more about this. We'll relate all of this with reading. But do you get the point? Whatever you read standalone. You don't merge it with other reading that you have done, with other experiences of your life, and that is where you forget. For now, I am only giving you information of how the brain works. What to do with that information is more important, right? If you ask this question all the time in your life, things will be wonderful. The question is, so what? Okay, my brain remembers by connection. So what? Okay, if there are pictures, I remember better. So what? That so what I will answer shortly. Let's first get the principles right. Fine. Next. Now, this time it's going to be very interesting, and be very alert for this one. Okay. This is going to be a big time eye opener for many of you. And if you get the next 5 minutes right, not only your reading, but many other challenges of your life will be sorted. Okay. So listen very carefully. I'm going to this time give you a word. Until now, I was asking you, whether you remember the first or the second or something like that. But this time, I will say a word. You have to tell me whether I said it or not in the list. Okay. I will tell you one word. You have to tell me whether this word was in the list or not in the list. Simple. Yes. You'll have to type yes or no in the chat box. Don't type anything else. Don't type you said this and you said that and all that. Only yes or no. Nothing else you will type in the chat box. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to give you 5 words, and for each of them you have to tell me whether I said the word or not. The first word. Did I say house? Majority saying yes. Fair enough. You remember what I said. That's normal. No problem. Okay. Next word. Did I say water? Water. Yes, 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 no, 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 yes, no, no, yes, yes. Oh my God. Chat is scrolling faster than I can read now. But good. Some are saying yes, some are saying no. There's a mixed opinion here. Fair enough. We'll come back to this. Next word. Did I say moon? Moon. Yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, 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 yes, 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 no, 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 no. Okay. Mixed opinions again. Fair enough. Next one. Did I say tiger? Did I say tiger in my list? Again, as you can see, mixed opinion. Some are saying yes, some are saying no. Okay, last word. Did I say window? Window. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. Yes, no. Okay. Interesting. Many are saying yes, some are saying no. Fair enough. So I asked you 5 words. You told me whether I said them or not. For most of the words, the opinions were mixed, which is fine. Now, be very attentive. This is very important. Okay. A lot of your relationship problems will get solved if you get this right. I asked you first question. Did I say house? Most of you said yes. You remember what I said. Is that fair? If you remember what I said, it's normal, right? We remember sometimes. So majority remembers that I said house, that's okay. Second word I asked you, did I say water? And many of you said no. Water was there in the list. I had said water. Water was in fact the immediate next word after Amitabh Bachchan. I said and of the rope, Amitabh Bachchan, water. And of the jungle, and so on. Okay? Yet you forgot water. Now, is it normal if you forget what I said? Yes. But something important here is you said you remembered Amitabh Bachchan because he is famous, because he has a good voice, etc., etc. Right? Who is more famous, Amitabh Bachchan or water? Water. Yet you forgot water. Who can you live without? Amitabh Bachchan or water? You can live without Amitabh Bachchan, but you cannot live without water. Yet you forgot water, you remembered Amitabh Bachchan. A lot of people on the planet know Amitabh Bachchan, but all the people on the planet and all other animals on the planet know water. So water is definitely more famous. The sound of water is, of course, Amitabh has a wonderful sound, but sound of water is probably even more better. Yet you forgot water. You know why? Because there is no senses involved with water. There's no picture to water. A glass of water has a picture, a sea of water has a picture, a lake of water has a picture, but just water has no picture. There's no taste, there's no smell. And because less senses are involved, you forgot it. With Amitabh Bachchan, you heard the sound, you saw him in a clear picture, so you remembered it. Probably now you get it, right? But again, even then, I would say it's okay. So you remember a few, you forget a few. That's very normal and natural. That happens every day with our life. I'm not expecting you to be a memory champion who remembers everything. And I am not expecting you to be a Gajini who forgets everything either. Okay. If you remember what I said, that's normal. If you forget what I said, that's normal. However, if you remember something that I did not say at all, now there is a challenge. Correct? My friends, I did not say moon. Moon was not in my list. You created it. Some of you said yes when I asked you, did I say moon? You created the moon. It was not there in my list. I did not say tiger either. Many of you said yes when I asked, did I say tiger? Tiger was not there in my list. And I asked you, did I say window? Many of you said yes. Window was not there in my list. The last three words were not there in my list. And many of you said yes, yes, yes. How did that happen? If you remember what I said, I can understand. If you forget what I said, I can understand. How did you end up remembering something that I did not say at all? That is the effect of understanding and misunderstanding. Now we are going to learn in the next few minutes how your brain understands and misunderstands what you are reading, or not just reading, any communication for that matter. I said house, floor, tiles, wall, glass, ceiling. When I said wall and glass, you went in a deep thought in your mind, combined wall and glass, thought that I will say window, assumed that I said window, and came out to listen to the next word. Within a moment, you went deep to think what I will say, assumed that I said it, and you came out to listen to the next word. Your mind does not like to live in the present. Your mind likes to run in the future or go in the past. I was giving you one word almost per second. There was no reason to guess what will be the next word. But no, your mind doesn't want to wait even that much. Within that much time, it goes and assumes what I will say. And when your mind is in a deep thought, you think it is real. You don't think it is your imagination. Like when you're dreaming. When you're dreaming, do you know that it is a dream? No. While you are in the dream, you think this is all real. Only when you wake up, you realize it was a dream. A dream is a deep thought. You think it is all real. It's not only when you dream in your sleep, even when you are awake. When you go deep in a thought, you think it is real, and all this can happen in less than a moment. I said wall, glass. Your mind went deep to think wall and glass. Combination is window. Pawan will say window. It assumed that Pawan said window, and you came out to listen to the next word. Now you know how miscommunication happens. I did not say tiger. I said jungle, lion, cheetah. Unfortunately, in your mind, lion and tiger are always close to each other. The best friends in the jungle always walk together. Because right from your childhood, probably you have been taught three animals live in the jungle: a lion, a tiger, and then a deer, so that these two can feed on the deer. So closely you have been taught lion, tiger, that in your mind, when somebody says lion, the tiger appears. When somebody says tiger, the lion automatically appears. When I said jungle, lion, your mind thought now tiger will come. And you assumed that I said tiger. Within a moment, you went deep to assume I said tiger and come back to listen to the next word. I did not say moon either. I said sky, sun, tree, night. Because I had said sun and I said night, your mind went deep to think I will say moon, assumed that I said moon, and came out. Friends, if one or two people said yes to these questions, I would say this was by fluke. I would say this was by luck. But when everybody is saying this, when more than half of you say that I said these words, it's not by fluke. There is science to it. Now go back to your life. How many times you had a conversation with people where you disagreed on a previous conversation? You meet somebody, you talk to that person and you say, remember that day we went there? Then I said this, then you said that, then I said this, then you said that. The other person said, no, I did not say this. Are you said this, I heard with my ears. I did not say it, I know what I said. I know you said, and then it becomes a fight. You disagree on what happened earlier. How come two people in the same situation have two different recalls? That is because one person was deep in the thought, creating your own communication. Or you were deep in your thought, thinking that I will say this, then he will say that, then I will say this, and he will say that. And that you were so deep that you thought it really happened. How many times a boss goes to an employee, gives some work, next day comes back, the employee does something else and tells the boss, this is what you told me to do. It's not always that they are lying. Many a times it is this miscommunication that happens. This is how understanding and misunderstanding happens. When your brain, listen carefully, when your brain is listening to your senses, is actually absorbing what is happening outside, your brain is understanding. When your brain is not listening to your senses, but it is in its own world, still assuming it is all real, that is misunderstanding. Assuming that what's happening in your mind is real is misunderstanding. I can give you endless examples of this. So friends, that is understanding and misunderstanding. And how quickly can it come? Within a few minutes, right? The X on the graph represents misunderstanding. The U represents understanding. And how quickly it comes in the graph, see, very quickly in your learning period, right? Many of you, when you start reading, within a couple of paragraphs, your thought wander everywhere, correct? Within a couple of paragraphs. Your eyes are still moving with full discipline on the text. But your thought is somewhere else. Deep in that thought, assuming this is what you're reading. Only when you turn the page, you realize, oh, I was reading, and you start reading again. So quickly your thought can wander. How do you stop this? You can stop this by asking questions. Did you get it? Am I getting this? Am I getting this? You cannot stop somebody from taking the thoughts away. But you can pull the person back just in case the person has gone away by asking a question. Just by asking simple questions like, got it? Is that clear? Is that okay? Am I making sense? You might know people who ask these questions after every sentence. They don't even wait for your answer. They move on. They are not waiting for your answer. They are just pulling you back in the conversation. Right? Every time you turn your page or every time you're done with a page, whenever you become aware that your thought has wandered, just ask, am I getting this? And you will be back into the book. Okay? So that was understanding and misunderstanding. Now the next effect on the graph. Again on your screen here. You can see a smiley face on the graph, on the right side of the graph. A smiling face. This is the effect of meaning, also called as gestalt effect. Technically, it is called as gestalt effect, the effect of meaning. Now, what is this effect of meaning? Let's understand. Forget the technical terms. Let's understand what it means here. Okay. Your brain has the ability to complete things before they are complete. For example, if you're solving a jigsaw puzzle, you know, where you put broken pieces of a picture to make a full picture. How many pieces have to go in place for you to see the entire picture? Not 100%, right? If 70 or 80% pieces go in place, you probably can visualize the entire picture. Correct? Because your mind can complete the gaps. Your mind has the ability to complete things before they are complete. How many times in your life have you been in a situation where you said, I know what will happen now? How do you know? I know this guy will behave like this. How do you know? Your mind complete things before they are complete. You are watching a test match or a T20 match between India and Australia, cricket match. T20 match, India scores 300 runs. What will your mind think in the first innings itself? India will win. Right? If India is all out for 70, what will your mind think? India will lose this match. Correct? Why? If you can score 300, they can score 301. Or if you're all out for 70, you can make them all out for 69. And you already know that cricket is full of uncertainties, yet your mind wants to run in the future, make a guess. Your mind likes to make these guesses, complete things before they are complete. And if the mind cannot complete things before they are complete, your mind becomes very curious about it. Sometimes it completes, sometimes it becomes very curious. For example, if there's a cricket match, 1 over remaining, 10 runs to make, 2 wickets in hand. Now, can you choose which side will win? No. 10 runs is possible. Taking 2 wickets is also possible in an over. And it's the last over. Now, because you cannot complete, you become so curious that you cannot get out of that TV. Now, you want to sit and see the entire over. Correct? Or if you're watching a suspense movie, somewhere in the second part of the suspense movie, you get a thought. Let us say it's a murder suspense. You get a thought, I know who the killer is. Right? Does that happen in every suspense movie you watch? You get a thought, I got it. I know what is going to happen. How do you know? Well, more often than not, you are wrong. But at least your mind went forward to make a guess. In fact, the success of the movie depends on how many people get it wrong. Right? So they have to really work a lot on psychology when they work on suspense movies. But that's for later. The point is, what business does your mind have to go and make a guess? You are watching the movie, within 50 minutes, you will know what is going to happen. Within 10-15 minutes. But no, your mind still wants to go and make a guess, wants to complete things before they are complete. And if it cannot complete, it becomes very curious about it. And if this one thing, if you use in your reading, you will always complete the books that you start. How to do that, I'll tell you shortly. Okay, but that is the effect of meaning. Next, I'll shortly tell you how to utilize this graph, not just for reading, but for genuine success in life. Next, there are these arrows under the graph. What do you think these arrows represent? These arrows represent interest. What are these arrows doing? They are pushing the graph up. They are increasing your recall. These arrows represent interest. When you have more interest in what you are reading, of course, your recall will be better. When you have less interest, your recall will dip down. How to have interest, how to create interest, we'll come to that. But this interest is also very much of an important element. Now, my friends, those who understand this graph very well, they are generally successful in whatever they do. They are automatically very successful in whatever they do. Let's understand how. And if you get this graph right, you can also generate a lot of success. See, let me ask you this. Let's talk about this element of curiosity. Okay. There was a time in the film industry when Bollywood was almost about to die. Nobody wanted to watch Bollywood movies anymore. You know why? Because all movies had the same story. A good man tries to do something good for the society. A villain comes in, he kills that good man. Somehow the child of the good man escapes, grows up, takes revenge of his father's death, he kills the villain, and on the sideline there is a love story. All Bollywood movies had the same damn story. And that is why the industry was about to die. People were losing interest in movies. Today, if somebody creates a movie with that kind of a story, will it work? Will it be a flop or a hit? Most of you would say it will be a flop, right? Yes. But think of Bahubali, one of the most hit movies of recent times. What was Bahubali? A good man tries to do something good for the society. A villain comes in, kills the good man. Somehow the child escapes, revenges his father's death, kills the villain, and has a love story on the side. It's not about the content, it's about the presentation sometimes. If you observe these movies that are successful carefully, all principles of this graph are followed very well. You will now start wondering whether this training is about movies or reading, but I'll come to that, don't worry. Right? They give a wonderful primacy, a good beginning. They play with your imagination. Huge throne, huge enemy, huge armies, huge everything. They play with your association. Yet you can associate with the story, a day-to-day story, fight between two brothers for the kingdom. Understanding and misunderstanding was happening. You were getting confused at times whether this is Bahubali or his son. And then the curiosity at the end. Your mind wanting to complete things. Why did Katappa kill Bahubali? For that one question, the second movie made it large. Even if that second part of the movie, Bahubali Part 2, was not a movie, if it was a webinar like this where Katappa comes online and tells you why he killed Bahubali, even then they would earn 200-300 crore rupees. That much curiosity they had created. That is the power of curiosity. Look at TV serials or web series. What do? They give you a wonderful beginning so that you stick into the web series. Every episode ends with something very curious that forces you to go to the next episode. If you're watching a TV serial, 8 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. every day at 8:30 p.m. they will create some curiosity which forces you to start the TV at 8 p.m. Stop whatever you are doing and start the TV to know what happens next. Do you use that curiosity in your reading? Do you give yourself a good primacy when you start reading the book? Do you associate whatever you are reading? Do you imagine it? Do you end with curiosity? How many times has this happened that you opened a book, you read some part of it, you closed it thinking you will continue, but you never continued with the book? You know why that happened? Because you always close the book at a logical point. You read 2 full chapters and you close the book. So there is no curiosity to open the book again. But if you always leave, best is to finish a book in one sitting, and I'll teach you how to do that as well. But let us see, you have to go over 2-3 sittings. It's a big fat book. If you end at a curious point, your mind will force you to go back to open the book because your mind will be curious to know what happens next in the book. If you anyways know you are going to stop reading the book halfway, stop when you become curious about it. Don't feel that curiosity immediately. That way next time you will be forced to pull up the book and continue reading. All these elements apply very well to reading as well. Now, out of these 7 elements, we'll talk more about this for reading. Out of these 7 elements, let me ask you a question. Can you control primacy? Can you control recency? What out of these 7 are in your control? Primacy, recency, understanding, effect of meaning, interest, imagination, and association. You cannot control primacy and recency. You can get better at it. You can influence it, but you cannot control that you will always have a good primacy or a good recency. Maybe you can set up a wonderful environment to start reading. But what if the first paragraph of the book somehow relates with a tragic event of your life? You don't know what's there in the book, right? So you cannot control primacy and recency. You can get better at it. You cannot control understanding. You cannot control when your thought will wander, when it will not wander. It may just wander anytime, correct? You can get better by asking questions. You cannot control the effect of completion, the effect of curiosity. You cannot start a movie by saying, 73rd minute of the movie, I will get this feeling that I got it. No, right? It just happens when it happens. When you will become curious, when you will complete things automatically, you don't know. You cannot control it. As of now, you cannot control interest either. If you were able to control interest, you would never have those parts of your job or work where you don't have interest. Correct? You would have created interest, got it done, and moved on. But whatever work you do in your life, whether you are studying, working, or retired, whatever it is, there are things that you like about it, and there are things that you don't have interest in, but you have to do. How to create interest in things that you don't like, we'll see in this training as well later, tomorrow maybe. Okay, so that's about the 5 things. Is imagination in your control? Can you imagine whatever you want to imagine? Can you imagine that you went to Mars, played football there, you kicked a ball so hard that the ball landed on Pluto. From there it bounced, came into your neighbor's garden. Your neighbor got angry. You can imagine what you want to imagine, right? Yes. Can you associate anything with anything? If I give you any two random objects, can you find some connection between them? Leonardo da Vinci, one of the famous thinkers, Leonardo da Vinci, he once said, everything in the universe is connected with everything else in some way or the other. And I am telling you, your mind has the ability to find that connection or create a new connection. If you find the connection, we call it research. If you create a new connection, we call it innovation. What is innovation? A new connection of existing things, correct? Can you connect what you are reading with all this information? For example, can you imagine? Okay, let's say you read something, you read a wonderful solution to a certain situation, and you think if I ever fall in this situation, I must be able to recall this, I must use this method. But probably that situation will happen after 5 years, and you may forget what you have read in the book. How do you ensure that you remember? Here is what you do. You create an imaginary situation in your mind when you read it. Exaggerate that situation. Make it very, very problematic in your mind. Then imagine you are a superhero and you applied this solution on that situation and you saved yourself from the situation. Now tell me, if you are deep in your thought, will your mind think it is real or false? If you think really deep, your mind will think it is real, just like you thought window, tiger, moon, etc. Right? Then your mind will think this is all real. When your mind thinks this is all real, this will get established as an experience, not as a thought. And then when you actually have the challenge, whenever you have any situation in your life, where is the first place you go to find the solution? It is not Google, by the way. The first place you always go is in your experience. You check if you have solved something similar before. If yes, you use the same solution again. If not, then you look for Google, for consultants, for help, for friends, or whatever. So when you are reading it, if you create an imaginary situation with full senses being involved deep in your thought and you solve it, it registers an experience. Later when the situation comes, you can look at that experience. This is just a small tip. Abhi to a lot more is coming. I'm just telling you how you can make your reading very useful to you before I even tell you how to read. All this is possible when you understand this graph well. Okay. If you want, you can take a screenshot, although it is not required. I'm going to share the notes with you. I'll give you a link from where you can download the notes, but not right now, later in the training. Okay, good. So that's about the most important graph in the world. When you understand this graph very well, not only your reading, but your learning, your development, your growth, whatever work you do, your projects, your services, your products, all will do wonderful when you can apply principles from this graph. Now let me tell you how this training will progress from here. We're going to learn speed reading today in the upcoming sessions. How you read fast, how you understand better, how you remember, how you recall. You're going to learn how to move your eyes, how to use your brain when you are reading. What are the various fundamental principles you have to take care of to read much faster, understand much better. Then we will also see how you can take notes in a single page for the entire book with full detail so that you remember it better and you always have it handy for you. We will also see how to remember what you have read, how to recall it when you need it. We will see how to utilize all this reading to generate ideas as and when you need them. All of this is going to come as we move forward into the training today and tomorrow. We are going to call this training as the Brainival. Brainival, like you have festival, like you have carnival, we'll have a Brainival to celebrate the fact that we have a brain. And because you're going to learn how to make best use of it, not use of it, but best use of it. Okay. We have a rule here. Every time we declare a break, we start bang on time after the break. If I tell you it's a 10-minute break, it's a 10-minute break, not a minute early, not a minute late. I respect every minute of yours, so I will not come 1 minute late. I respect every minute of mine, so I will not come 1 minute early. All sessions will always start bang on time. So whenever I declare a break, make sure you remember when you have to come back and come back in that time. Breaks are there for you to refresh yourself, so please take the opportunity to refresh yourself. Okay, a lot more coming your way. And don't worry about the notes and all. You can take your own notes, but I will also be sharing all the training material, etc., in soft copy with you. Tomorrow I'll give you a link from where you can download all of this. For now, let's take a break here. I think it's been a while you are here, so it's a good time to take a break. I had also asked you to keep a book with you. The next session will be directly into speed reading. We'll be practicing speed reading. So you'll need a book. So make sure you have a book with you that you haven't read yet. Ideally, a simple book. If you don't have a simple book, a complicated book is also fine. It's generally easier to learn on something simple and then apply on complicated. However, it's your choice what book you want to use. Any book that you haven't read, you can have with you. Ideally, a physical book. It can be a soft copy if you don't have a physical book, but if you have a physical book, that's easier to learn. So make sure you have that book with you when you come back after the break. We are going to take a break here for exactly 10 minutes, and I will see you in exactly 10 minutes from now to move forward with speed reading. Thank you and see you in 10 minutes. Hey guys, welcome back. Hope you all had a good break, a wonderful break, and you're able to refresh yourself. Let's get going from where we stopped. I'd asked you to get a book that you have not read so far. Just in case you don't have a book that you haven't read, you can have a book that you have read. That's fine. But ideally, it's good to have a new book so you know that the system works. Great. So let's get going. It's now time to get into speed reading. We have seen some fundamental principles of the brain, what it does to remember, to recall, to understand, misunderstand, etc. A lot more of that will come later in the day tomorrow, where we will touch the points on memory and creativity to utilize what you are reading again. For now, let's move on with something that you all are here for. You are excited about to learn speed reading, how to read fast and understand better even than your current levels of understanding. Okay, great. So in order to learn speed reading, there are some fundamental things we have to do first. We'll have to first know what is our current speed. Does that make sense? See, anything that you want to get better at in life, you have to learn how to measure, right? You must know how to measure. Only when you measure something, you know whether you are growing or not. For example, if you go on a diet plan to increase or decrease your weight, how would you know whether the diet is working for you? Only when you weigh yourself on the weighing machine, correct? If you go on a business improvement program, how do you know whether that program, that new systems, the new processes are helping your business or not? Only when you measure your business by doing accounts. If you don't keep accounts, how would you ever know? Correct? Similarly here, let's see how you can measure your speed. Only when you measure, you will know whether speed reading is working for you or not. We need to measure what is your speed in terms of words per minute. Okay, so let's do a quick exercise first for you all to measure your speed. Um, and then we will actually begin with the process of speed reading. There will be about a few different steps, 5 to 6 different things that we are going to see. And after every step, you need to measure your speed to see whether that is working in your favor or not. We've already done one technique in the introductory webinar. We will repeat that here also. So initially, I want you to read as if you have never learned speed reading, as if you don't even know what is speed reading. The way you were learning before you joined here or before you joined the 100 books session. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Open your book to the first page of the first chapter. Open your book, whatever book you have, open it to the first page of the first chapter. Leave aside the preface, the foreword, the acknowledgements, the index, everything. Go to the first page of the first chapter. There, count, I believe you're all there now, first page of the first chapter. Now count the number of words, I repeat, count the number of words in the first 5 lines. First 5 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 5 sentences, 5 lines. And count every word there. Count the small words, large words, known words, unknown words, and of the everything. Count the total number of words in the first 5 lines. Okay, I believe you've done that. Make a note of this number. Just remember this number. Now, what I want you to do is divide this number, the total number of words in the first 5 lines, divide this number by 5. You will get some answer when you divide by 5. If your total words was 50, divide by 5 will give you 10. If your total words was 55, divided by 5 will give you 11. If the answer comes out to be a fraction, you round it off, either above or below. If the total is, let us say, 47, your answer will be 9.4. Now you make it 9 or you make it 10. Either ways is fine. Your choice. Okay. So by this exercise, you have the total number of words in the first 5 lines. Then you divide by 5. What do you think this answer is? This answer is the average number of words per line. Correct? Can we fairly assume this will be the average number of words per line throughout your book? Maybe one word here or there will happen, but this is the average number of words per line throughout your book. Can we fairly assume that? Yes. Perfect. Thank you. So make a note of this average somewhere now. This number will be required throughout the day now as you learn speed reading. Total number of words per line on an average. Now that you have done this, let's do a quick reading exercise. The first thing we need to do is to measure what your current speed is. For you to achieve wonderful speeds, 1000 words per minute, 800 words per minute, 1500 words per minute, you need to first know where you stand right now. How many words per minute are you reading right now? So we're going to do an exercise to measure your current reading speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a timer on my phone, a stopwatch on my phone, and ask you to read. When I say start, you start reading. When I say stop, you stop reading. Read from the first line of the first chapter of the book. Okay. As you do this, just remember one thing, you have not yet learned speed reading. So don't unnecessarily attempt to read fast. First of all, this is not a competition. I'm not here to check who is the fastest reader among you. It doesn't matter to each other. Right? The competition that you have is only with yourself always. Second, it is important for you to know that this exercise is for you to know your current reading speed. Not for me to know, not for others to know, but for you to know your current reading speed. Once you know that, we can then see how to get better at it. Okay, so this is the measurement exercise for you to know your current reading speed. So how will you read this book? You will read this book. When I say start, you will start reading. Read the way you normally read. You read slow, you move word by word. Sometimes you read again if you don't understand. Whatever happens, regularly do that. Okay. When I say stop, you make a mark wherever you have stopped. Don't attempt to complete the sentence, complete the paragraph, whatever. Simply make a mark where I say stop. The moment you hear stop, you make a mark where you are. Okay. So read the way you normally read. And when I say start, you start. When I say stop, you make a mark. How to measure, I'll tell you later. Okay. Ready for it? Everybody? Read the way you normally read. Start reading now. Read the way you normally read. Continue reading. Stop reading. Stop reading. Make a mark where you stop. Now, count the number of lines that you have read. Count the number of lines that you have read. Count a half line as a half line. That's okay. Count the number of lines that you have read. Multiply this number of lines by your average words per line of the book, which you just measured a few minutes ago. Multiply this number of lines by the average words per line in your book. The answer that you get is your current reading speed in terms of words per minute in this environment at this point of the day for that kind of a book. Type in your answer in the chat box. Let's see what your speeds are. This is your current reading speed in terms of words per minute. 180, 150, 200, 220, 180, 175, 300, 190. Okay, good. Observe the chat box and see that all the numbers, if you average it out, it comes somewhere between 150 to 200 words per minute. Is that right? Is that what I told you in the intro seminar? that the average words will come out somewhere between 150 to 200 words per minute if I take a larger audience and make you do this test. Right? Some of you may be lower than that, some of you may be higher than that, but average turns out to be 150 to 200 words per minute. That's a normal, natural average of a person, of an average person when it comes to reading. This average words per minute, make a note of it. Make a note of your current speed. And don't worry too much if it is too low. It doesn't matter. It's going to get wonderfully high anyways. Okay. Now, do you think this will be your reading speed for whatever you read? No, right? Your reading speed changes from material to material, what you are reading, purpose to purpose, what you want out of that reading. When you are reading, if you read when you are energetic and at peace, the speed may be higher. If you read when you are a bit tired, the speed may be lower, right? So it changes from time to time. Don't worry too much about what that number is. For now, that number is just to give you a sense of achievement as the number goes up when you are reading, when you learn one by one techniques of speed reading. Okay. Many people ask me, Pawan, what is your reading speed? There cannot be one answer to this question, right? If I'm reading a novel or a self-help book, it is generally above 1000 words per minute. If I'm reading a deeply technical book, it can go down to 400, 500 words per minute. It all depends on what you are reading. But the reality is, earlier the novel was read at 200 words per minute. The technical book was read at 40 words per minute. Now that has become 200, 500, 400. So the point I'm making is, irrespective of what your current reading speed is, it will change from material to material. Once you learn speed reading, those speeds will go up. What you were reading at 80 words per minute will become 200. What you are already reading at 200 may become 500. What you are reading at 500 may become 1000. Your bottom line is you will save a lot of time from your reading. And more important than saving time, you will complete the books that you started. Isn't that great? Okay. You found your reading speed. Make a note of it somewhere. That is your current reading speed. Now let's get going with speed reading. Before we get going, I want to show you a picture very quickly on your screen. A picture on your screen. And see if you can read this. Here you go. Okay. Were you able to read it? Yes. Very good. How much time did it take for your mind to figure out that this is written reverse? You have to read it from bottom to top, from right to left. This was a tweet given by Sachin Tendulkar to Virendra Sehwag on one of his birthdays. The bottom line is you are able to read it, which means upside down, left to right, right to left. Let the text come in any manner. Your mind has the ability to read it. Fine. I just showed you this to show you that your mind can do any type of reading. Because the techniques I will give you sometimes will empower you, sometimes will create a doubt in your mind. Is this really possible and all that? Everything is possible. Okay, great. So let's get going with your reading. First thing to understand in this journey is how you were reading as a child. So small part of this can be repetition from the webinar, but that's a necessary repetition. How were you reading as a child? You were reading letter by letter, correct? If the word was city, how did you read it? C-I-T-Y, city, correct? Were you really reading letter by letter? Yes. But then how did you know you have to start at C and end at Y? Because there was a space between that Y and the next word. So you have trained yourself to read from space to space. Okay? Would you agree? You have trained yourself from your childhood to read from space to space. Instead of training yourself from reading space to space, there's another way of training ourselves, which we will come to. But to get there, let's get some analysis done. Do you read the word city like that today? CITY, city. Do you do that today? Probably not. You pick the entire word. As you were reading letter by letter, eventually your brain realized that letter by letter is too slow and it can actually pick the pattern You learn to pick patterns, and instead of spelling, you pick patterns and identify the word. Correct? Now let's say the word is state. How would you read it today? State. You won't do STAT, state, correct? You'll pick the entire word. If the word is nation, how would you read it? The full word. If the word is continent, will you break it? Continent. What does it make? Continent. Will you do that? Not really. You'll pick the entire word, continent. If the word is international, you'll pick the entire word. If the word is internationalization, you will still pick the entire word. Am I right? So irrespective of the size of the word, you are able to pick the entire word. Internationalization has 20 letters in it. You don't read it like this. Internationalization. What would it make? Internationalization. No, you don't do that, right? You pick the entire word, which means your eyes are capable of picking 20 letters at a time. Your mind is capable of processing 20 letters at a time. Would you agree? Yes. Nothing new that I have taught you. You are already doing this, which means you already have the capability of pulling 20 words at a time and processing them at a time. Wonderful. Now, what do you do with this information? Let's keep this one piece of data aside. Let's look at one more piece of data, then we will merge them to do an analysis. What do you think is the average size of a word in a regular English text? The average size of a word in a regular English text is 4 to 5 letters. No, it's not 10 and 12, don't worry. 4 to 5 letters per word. Very few words in English are beyond 9 letters. Very few. Most words in English are between 5 to 9 letters. So how is the average below 5? That is because any English text is full of words like and, of, the, if, but, is, as, was, am, I, etc. etc. All these 2 3 letter words. Because of those words and these other words, the average comes down below 5. 4 to 5 letters per word. Let us say 5 letters per word. Now we have two pieces of information. Number one, there are 20 letters in, you can pick 20 letters at a time. Number two, average size of a word is only 4 to 5 letters. Okay. Logically, what that means is you can pick 4 words at a time. Average size is 5 letters and you can pick 20 letters. 5 fours are 20. So you can pick 4 letters, 4 words at a time. What I want you to quickly do is continue reading your book regularly the way you normally read and observe how your eyes are moving on the text. Read your book and just observe the movement of your eyes. Don't worry about the content. Observe the movement of your eyes. You will see your eyes are jumping over words. How many of you think the movement is smooth like this? No, right? It cannot be smooth. If you think it is smooth, check again. Let us see how your eyes actually jump on text. Here you go. So this is your eye, let's say, and this is your text. So every dash on that line is one word, let's assume, and then there are spaces between those words. Here's how your eye moves. One word at a time. It picks a word, jumps to the next word, picks a word, jumps to the next word, pick a word, jump to the next word, pick a word, jump to the next word, pick a word, jump to the next word. Would you agree? That's how your eye moves when you are reading. Now the question is, if that is how my eyes move when I am reading, why do I feel that it is moving continuous? My friends, you are already reading at 200 words per minute, 150 to 200 words per minute. That's about 2 to 3 words per second. That movement is already so fast that you think it is continuous, but in reality, it is not continuous. It is still jerking word by word. Your eyes are like a camera. A camera, if it moves while taking a picture, the picture will be blurred and your brain can't process it. Similarly, if your eyes move continuously, the words will be blurred and you won't be able to process it. You will go giddy within a few minutes. Chakkar aayega. Your eyes have to wait on the word, pick the word, jump to the next word, pick the word, jump to the next word, pick the word, and so on it goes. That is how your eyes move when you are reading. Let's have a look again. This is how your eyes move. Pick a word, jump to the next word, pick a word, jump to the next word. Then sometimes this happens. Observe carefully on the screen. Sometimes this happens, right? You go back, either because you didn't understand or you thought your thought was wandering or whatever. You go back, then you come back. Then this happens. The entire world happens. Your eyes are moving on the text, but your thoughts are wandering everywhere around the world. And like this, you continue reading. This happens when you are reading slow. This is how our brain reads when it is reading slow. Okay? That's how your eyes move, one word at a time. But we just saw that the average size of a word is just 5 letters. I can pick 20 letters. Then instead of picking one word at a time, can I pick 4 words at a time? Instead of reading space to space, can I actually read as much as I can? If you read 4 or 5 words in one go, in one chunk, if you pick 4 or 5 words, in one throw of the eye, if you pick 4 or 5 words, you will not jump 10 times on the line. You will jump only twice on the line. There itself, your speed will drastically go up, dramatically go up. What you'll do is, you will pick 4 or 5 words, almost half a line. If your book is having like 10 words on an average, you can take half a line. If it is more than 10, you can make 3 parts. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You can pick 4 to 5 words at a time. Before you even try it, just type in the chat box. Do you think this is logically possible? Do you think your eyes are good enough to do at least that much? Okay, let me give you one example where you have already done it. That way you'll be convinced. When you're driving on a highway or on a road, and there is a very good hoarding, some advertisement, some picture there, with some tagline, some punchline, and you are driving while you read that hoarding on the road. Do you think your eyes will jump word by word when you are driving? You pick the entire hoarding, the words and the picture in one go, correct? Which means you have the ability to capture multiple words at a time. You've already done enough speed reading just before your exams. Within a day, you have read 2 books. This is how you had read actually. Just that you were not aware of it. You're doing it subconsciously, now you're doing with awareness. So I'm giving you these examples to tell you that you have already done this. There's nothing new again. I'm only making you aware of what you already know. Okay? So can you move your eyes over chunks? Instead of phrases, instead of words, can you move our eyes over chunks? So instead of picking one word at a time, can you pick 4 words at a time? Tak, 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 tak. Okay? Move your eyes over chunks. Meaning, move your eyes over 4 to 5 words at a time. Maximum 1 or 2 jumps on the line, no more than that. You think you can do this? Logically, is this doable? I'm not asking you to read, by the way. I'm only asking you move your eyes over half a line. Half a line, 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 half a line. That's all I'm asking you to do. Can you do this? Yes, I'm sure you can. Continue reading your book, moving your eyes over chunks. Do not attempt to read. The exercise is not to read the book. The exercise is to move your eyes over chunks. If reading is happening, very good. If it doesn't happen, also okay. See if you can jump your eyes over half a line, half a line, half a line, half a line. Just do that much. Do this for a few minutes as practice, and then I'll tell you what to do next. Continue reading. Move your eyes over chunks. Okay. Stop reading. Stop reading. Every time I ask you to read, you should continue from where you stopped last time. So no rereading. Okay. Keep that in mind. Even if you didn't understand, understood, doesn't matter. Fine. Now, how many of you understood what you read? How was this exercise? Understood, partially. Zero. Understood, good, easy. Easy, okay. Was this easy or difficult? Easy or difficult? Mixed answers. Some are saying easy, some are saying difficult. Okay. My question is very simple. My question is, were you able to move your eyes over chunks? Should be easy. If I ask you to understand very well and read, then you can say it's difficult. But just moving your eyes over chunks. Tuck, 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 tuck. No reason to be difficult, right? Okay. Now, who does the job of reading in your body? Who does the job of reading in your body? Eyes. Okay. Can blind people read or visually challenged people read? Yes. They read through touch, braille script. There is a braille script which they recognize from their touch. Some people like audiobooks. They don't read books by their eyes, they read it through their ears. Right? What are all these? Eyes, ears, touch. These are all senses. Correct? So, what is the job of senses? The job of senses is to take external information, supply it to your brain. Is that right? Take external information, supply it to your brain. Who does the job of processing that data? The brain. So who does the job of reading in your body? Senses and the brain. For most of you, it is eyes and the brain. Correct? Now, if I have to teach you speed reading, I have to teach the eyes to supply data faster and I have to teach the brain to process data faster. If I can teach both these organs, will speed reading be done? Yes. So whom do we teach first, eyes or brain? Eyes. If I teach the eyes first, you won't understand. Your brain doesn't know this method, so brain won't understand. Then you will say, what's the point of reading fast? So whom do I teach first? Brain. If I teach your brain first, how do I teach it? Because until the eyes supply data, how will the brain know what to do? How do you teach the brain if there is no data coming that fast? So whom do you teach first, eyes or the brain? Both. You cannot teach two things at a time. So in that case, what we are going to do is we are going to teach the eyes first. Because anyways, we cannot teach the brain until the eyes are supplying data, right? So the first thing we will do is teach the eyes to supply data faster. But until the eyes are supplying data faster and until the eyes are learning to do that, is it okay if you don't understand anything? For a few minutes until the eyes are learning, is that okay? Can we make this agreement? For the first few minutes, if I don't understand anything, that is also okay. Only when you accept this argument, you'll be able to train your eyes without fear of missing. Okay. So first thing is, remember, we are training your eyes first. Once the eyes have trained to supply data, we will then train the brain and understanding will get better again. Until then, even if understanding is zero, we don't care. Read as if you are reading Latin or Greek. Okay, that you don't understand. I assume you don't understand Latin or Greek. Maybe some of you do, I don't know. Okay, so the idea is you read, you move your eyes over words, over chunks, over multiple words at a time. And don't care whether you understand or not for the first few minutes. Okay, good. So continue reading, move your eyes over chunk. In fact, let us do a speed test now with this method. Okay, make a mark where you are right now, where you just stopped reading a few minutes ago. Make a mark. Every time we do this exercise, what you are going to do is you'll make a mark where you will start. I'll say start, you will read, I'll say stop, you will make a mark, count the number of lines, multiply by average words per line. Okay. Why do we do this exercise? Because it helps you understand whether the thing is working or not. Okay. Fine. So make a mark where you are. When I say start, you start reading. Move your eyes over chunks, maximum 2 or 3 jumps per line, no more than that. And make a mark when I say stop. Okay. It may happen that unknowingly, automatically you go back to word by word. Did that happen with you earlier when you were reading right now? Yes. Is that natural? You have been reading for so many years like this. So it's natural that you may go to word by word, but within a few hours, this entire thing will change. All I want you to do is if you become aware that you have gone word by word, simply go back to chunk by chunk and continue. Don't argue with yourself. What am I doing? Why am I not focusing? Da, da, da. Don't do all of that. Moment you realize you are going word by word, immediately go chunk by chunk. And I will remind you to go chunk by chunk. Okay. So I'll set a timer, continue reading, moving your eyes over chunks, 4 words at a time, 4 or 5 words at a time. Make a mark where you are right now and start reading now. Read in chunks. Stop reading. Stop reading. Make a mark where you stopped. Make a mark where you stopped. Count the number of lines you have read. Multiply this number of lines with your average words per line. Count the number of lines, multiply by average words per line. This is your new speed in terms of words per minute. What is your new speed? Type in the chat box. Okay, good. As you can see, it's almost close to double, right? If you take an average, if you actually calculate, it will come out close to double. Now, most of you have experienced that your speed has gone up. A few of you, 4 or 5 people out of you may experience that the speed has actually come down. It was better earlier. What that means is you did not follow the exercise. Correct? What was the exercise? Move your eyes over chunks. That's it. Without wondering about the understanding. So now you may think, but Pawan, my speed got doubled. What is the point if I don't understand? I get it. Understanding will come when we train the brain. Right now we are training the eyes to capture more data. We will then train the brain to understand it. Okay. So this is your new speed. Make a mark, make a note of it, whatever. See, these numbers are not really so important. It's just a way that you measure and you get confidence in the process. After that, these numbers are not important. Okay, good. So you have learned how to move your eyes over chunks. Fine. Before we bring in understanding at the brain, let us do one more thing. Let us raise the bar a little bit. See, when I teach you how to understand at that speed, you will understand at that speed. Correct? So if there is a way to increase the speed even more, might as well do that now until there is no barrier of understanding. There's no worry of understanding. Let's raise the speed and then we'll bring understanding at that level. Okay? Let's raise the bar a little bit higher. To do that, let's say this. How many of you were understanding right now when you were reading? With chunk by chunk, how many of you got a little bit of it? Some sense of it? Partial. Okay, partial is also fine. Some sense is fine. You are getting a little bit of it, right? If I tell you, read, move your eyes so fast that you should not understand. Which means if you are understanding, there is scope to go even faster. If you are understanding, there is scope to go even more faster. Move your eyes so fast that you stop understanding. Can we do that? What's the point? That's the point. The point is you move your eyes so fast, tuck, 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 that you train your eyes to get data at that speed, and we bring in understanding at that speed. Then you understand at that speed. Okay? You may wonder, what's the point of going so fast either? Well, how fast you want to go is your choice. But the reality is you can go as fast as you want. You will still understand at those speeds. Now, how many of you had some resistance from inside? What's the point of reading without understanding? What's the point of picking chunks? Out of nowhere, your brain is now telling you, yes, but this will lose fun. You will lose fun of reading. You will not enjoy your reading. How many of you are getting these kind of thoughts? So before I get into the next step, let me tell you something very interesting about the human brain, which all of you will definitely agree with. Human brain works in 3 steps. Whenever you want to do something new, there are 3 steps that the brain follows. Number 1, the first step that the brain follows is resistance. Whatever new you try to do, the brain will say resist, resist, resist. Don't do it. Stop doing it. Not right for you. Your brain likes status quo. You may think that your brain likes variety. What do you think? Your brain likes variety or status quo? We all like variety, correct? Different clothes every day, different food every day, different movies again and again. We all like variety, but that is as long as the things are outside. When it comes to inside, the brain likes status quo. The brain likes to be as it is, doesn't like variety. Whenever you try to make a change, the brain will create resistance. How much ever great you are, whenever you want to make a change, the brain will create resistance. That is how your brain works. It will give you 100 reasons why you should not do it. Then you may wonder, then how did I come to this workshop if my brain doesn't like change? Then how did you come here? That is because before coming here, your brain was looking at the outer environment. I will read, then this will happen, that will happen, I will grow, etc. etc. That's what you were telling the brain. The brain said, okay, you read, you grow. Now that the brain realizes, oh my God, I will also have to read, I will also get trained, I will also have to make changes, the brain is saying, you do it. Or let's stop doing it. See, many of you probably face this during the New Year days. You make a resolution every day morning early, I will wake up, right? And go for exercise or jog or whatever, or read. Fine. When you were making that resolution, it was about going for the jog, the outer environment, the jogging track, being fit, looking good, etc. etc. Fine. So nobody told you to make that resolution. You made it by yourself. Nobody told you to set the alarm, you set it by yourself. Nobody told you to set the time, you set it by yourself. And you're excited about it. But in the morning, when the alarm rings and you have to wake up, that is when the brain realizes, oh, I also have to wake up with you. In that case, cancel the plan, snooze the alarm. Until then, the brain is excited because you are going to get up and go. Only when the alarm rings, the brain realizes, I also have to go with you. No, I want to sleep. Similarly, right now with reading, the brain is now realizing, oh, I'll also have to make changes in me. In that case, cancel the idea, and your brain will create a lot of resistance. And the resistance from the brain is very strong. Bear in mind, the resistance is very strong. It will tell you to stop this process. But there is one good news. And the good news is, however strong this resistance is, it is very short-lived. It is very strong, but very short-lived, like a cheetah. A cheetah can run very fast, 80 miles per hour, but that's only on paper. A cheetah cannot run for 1 hour to begin with. It can run maximum for 2.5 minutes, then it gets tired. So your brain will also resist very strongly, but the resistance will die also very soon. It's short-lived. Once that resistance dies, it goes to the next step, which is acceptance. When the brain realizes resistance is not going to work, it goes to the mode of acceptance. Now the brain accepts, okay, is this what we have to do? Let's do it. And once the brain accepts it, it goes to the third step, which is excellence. Once the brain has accepted it, now you don't have to do anything. The same brain which was until now creating resistance will now accept it, will create acceptance. The same brain will now tell you, okay, I'll tell you how to do it. It's very easy. It will adapt. A classic example of this happened during the COVID days. If earlier anybody told you, let's take a challenge. For 3 months, you will not get out of your home. You would have not taken the challenge. You would say impossible, not doable. This is like this is like that. Right? If somebody told you for 3 months, no movies, no restaurants, no outside food, no social gathering, no meeting friends, no this, no that, you would have said impossible, we will die. But then COVID happened. You were forced. Initially, there was probably some resistance, but then realized there's nothing you can do about it. So the brain created acceptance, and then the brain created excellence. The same brain who didn't want to do this was now telling you how to live peaceful and wonderfully, even when you're locked in your home. Right? The brain is designed to do that. Whatever you learn in life, go back to whatever you have learned. You might have learned swimming. Initially, the brain told you not to jump. When you were forced to jump, the brain accepted, and then excellence. The brain itself started telling you different strokes to try different strokes in swimming. This happens in every single thing you do. This will happen here also. Your brain will create resistance. You have to jump over that resistance. Once acceptance happens, excellence will automatically happen. Okay? Getting me? So let's go to the next step. Yes. Everything else that will come to you. I'm getting a headache. My eyes are straining. This is happening. That is happening. Is simple resistance from the brain. Stick with yourself. Support yourself for a few minutes and see how your brain then adapts to it. Okay, great. So the next step, you've seen that you move your eyes over chunks, 4 words at a time. The next step is to move your eyes over these chunks very fast. How much fast? Let's have a look. Generally speaking, generally speaking, you stop on one chunk for anywhere between 1 to 1.5 seconds. I want you to now stop on that chunk for less than a quarter of a second. Less than a quarter of a second. Which means you will not be on that chunk for anything more than 1/4 of a second. Tuck, 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 tuck. Move your eyes very fast. Let us say this is the book I am reading. Okay. Move your eyes very fast. Tuck, 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 tuck. In this entire process, initially, nothing will go in your head. After some time, you will see at least from each chunk, one word is going inside. After some time, you will see from each chunk 2-3 words are going. You are skipping some, but you are getting some as well. When that happens, don't get convinced, it works, and then slow down. Instead, tell yourself, I can pick at this speed. Let me try the higher speed. Go even faster. Go even faster until you don't understand at all. When you train yourself to go that fast, at that level, we will bring in understanding. Okay? Getting me? Sounds interesting? Fun? Continue reading your book. Move your eyes very fast over chunks. Tuck, 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 tuck. Practice it for a couple of minutes, then we will do a speed test. Go for it. And don't use this time when I tell you to practice. Don't put questions in the chat box. This is the time for you to practice right in front of me so that things work for you right here. This is not the time to ask questions. Questions can be done after the break. Okay? When I tell you to do an exercise, use it to do an exercise. That's it. You may have your doubts. Leave them aside. Just move your eyes very fast over chunks. Tuck, 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 tuck. Whether you understand or not doesn't matter. Practice. Move your eyes very fast over chunks. Keep moving. Move your eyes over the text. Don't look at the screen. Fast and chunks. Fast and chunks. Okay, stop. Stop. How was it? Type in the chat box. How was the experience? Tuck, 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 tuck. Bullet train. कुछ नहीं समझा. Okay, that's fine. If you don't understand anything, that's perfectly fine. In fact, if you understand, then you didn't do the exercise right. I told you to read so fast that you don't understand. See, our brain is a relativistic device. Okay. If you read very fast, and then if you slow down a little, your brain will think that is normal. Correct? If I'm driving, if you're sitting with me and I'm driving at 30 kilometers per hour, after some time, if I make it 60, you will think this is very fast. But if I'm driving at 100 already, and after some time, if I make it 80, you will think it is slow. Right? You have to fool your brain. It is designed to be fooled. Okay, good. So, any other thoughts? Eyes are straining. Fair enough. Close your eyes for 5 seconds. Open again. The beautiful thing about eyes and brain is they are wonderful adapting devices. Right? They adapt very easily to new situations. Your brain adapted to the lockdowns. Correct? If you are put in any new situation, eventually your brain adapts. Initially it will resist, it will creep, but eventually it will adapt. Same thing with your eyes. See, if I put you in a dark room, okay, if I put you in a dark room and you are seeing here and there, trying to see things, your eyes will bulge out, correct? All of a sudden, if I switch on 10 halogen lamps, if I make it very bright, what will happen? You will instantly close your eyes. You will be like, no, 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 no. But will you keep them closed and tell me I will only open after you close the halogen lamps? No, you will close your eyes, slowly adjust and slowly open your eyes. And you will adjust to the new lighting. Correct? Your eyes are very good at adapting. Your brain is very good at adapting. And they both have wonderful coordination as well. That is what we want to harness in this speed reading. Okay, good. So let's move forward. Move your eyes very fast over chunks is what I told you. Now, when you do this, a lot of resistance would have still come. Headache, eye strain, all these are natural things. You know, whenever you do something new, some strain will happen, right? If you don't do exercise for a long time, one fine day you go to the gym or one fine day you go to play a very heavy sport, you will have a body ache. Correct? But does that mean every day you go to the gym, every day you will have a body ache? No, it's just for the first 1 or 2 days. Then you feel very fresh every day. Same thing here. Initially, you may find a strain because this is new. It is the newness that is the problem. Okay. Now, when you were jumping over words, over chunks, and attempting to pick chunks 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, what was happening is your eyes were adjusting to this new size. They were used to go space to space and a smaller size. Now they are going chunk by chunk and a larger size. That adaptation will take a little bit of a time. How much time does this entire process take? No more than 40 to 50 pages of total reading. Whatever we do here will be training, but after this training, 40 to 50 pages. This doesn't require you to practice 21 days or 62 days or all those formulas. Fortunately, this system requires you to practice only for 40 to 50 pages, and this becomes your new habit. Okay. We will see that as we move forward. Fine. So moving your eyes very fast over chunks. That was the second step. We are still training your eyes, not your brain. So don't worry if you don't understand. Okay. Let's do a speed test here. Let's do a measurement now. Yes. So all of you make a mark where you are. Don't reread anything. Wherever you are right now, make a mark there. So you can count again the number of lines. Make a mark. When I say start, you will start reading. When I say stop, you will make a mark again and then calculate the speed. Okay. Remember, you will move your eyes very fast over chunks, irrespective of whether you understand or not. Ready? Start reading now. Fast and chunks. Fast and chunks. Keep moving. Fast and chunks. Stop reading. Stop reading. Make a mark where you stopped. Count the number of lines you read between me saying start and stop. Count the number of lines. It's more lines this time, correct? Multiply with the average words per line and type your new speed in the chat box. Number of lines multiplied by average words per line. That becomes your new speed in words per minute. But there is zero understanding. That's okay. You're only training your eyes yet. Put your number here. See, human brain, even after telling you 4 times that you have to not worry about understanding yet, it is giving you these excuses. You know why the brain is giving you these excuses? Okay, first put your number, then I'll tell you. All my research on the brain has given me so much wonderful information. Okay, good. You can see the numbers by yourself. Many people have raised their speed. Some of them are still near 200, 300, but what that only means is you have not followed the instruction well. You are still sticking to that wanting to understand thing. If you want to understand, understanding will become difficult. If you let understanding go for some time, it will become easier when we train the brain. Okay. What was the exercise? Move your eyes very fast. Tuck, 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 tuck. What's difficult in that? Even if there is no book in front of me, I can move my eyes very fast, right? Big deal. The idea is to learn to first move your eyes very fast. Then we bring in the content in there. Okay, fine. Now, what do you do with all of this? I was about to tell you why does the brain do this, okay? See, if you actually learn this very well, what is the target you will set for yourself? 100 books in 2023 or 100 books in a year, right? When you set that kind of a target for yourself, who will have to manage all that information? You will do the reading, but who will have to manage all that knowledge? Your brain. Whose workload will increase? Your brain's workload will increase. So the brain is trying to stop you right away. Before you increase the workload of the brain is thinking, let me stop this person right away, otherwise he'll create more work for me. That's how your brain is creating all this. But that's okay. Remember one thing, you don't have to support the brain. Brain must be treated like a servant. In fact, there is a saying which goes, the brain is a wonderful servant and a disastrous master. If it serves you, it can be very wonderful. But if you let it master you, it can be disaster for you. So let it be a wonderful servant. Okay, good. So that's about moving your eyes very fast over chunks. If I draw the graph of your speed, it will go up like this. Correct? If I actually draw the graph of your speed, it will go up like this. But if I draw the graph of your understanding, what will happen? Nosedive. Right? Your understanding was here and now it goes down almost, most of you are at almost zero or very close to zero. So let's understand what you can do to understand better. Now that we have trained our eyes. Okay, have we trained our eyes to capture more? Yes. You'll have to do a little bit of a practice of this, which I'll tell you later in the day how to practice. I want you to do some homework today. So please spare 30 to 45 minutes anytime in the day before you join again tomorrow to do some homework. Okay, we'll come to that. That way you'll get more output from tomorrow as well. Okay. So this movement of the eyes that you were doing was to capture information. The brain was not ready for it yet. So the brain didn't know what to do about it. Now for you to understand this, what you were capturing with your eyes, your brain needs to be trained to process it. Then understanding will automatically come in. But for that understanding to come in, there are certain situations where understanding is a bit difficult, where understanding doesn't happen very easily. What are those situations? Let's look at that first. And before I get there, I want to just take 2 minutes to answer a question that has been coming on the chat in my private multiple times. Why is this training for free? The blunt and one line answer is, I like to teach this, so I teach this. People who want to learn, come and learn. Okay. And then the long answer is, before COVID, I was charging a lot for this. I've made my money. I've been in IT. I've started a company, sold a company. I've started this training. I've made a lot of paid trainings on this. Also, people have paid 25,000 rupees per person and joined this. I've made my money. In COVID, what happened is, I was sitting at home because earlier I was teaching in conference rooms. It was not online like this. In fact, I used to hate online trainings before COVID. When COVID happened, I was anyway sitting at home. So I thought, okay, let me invite people online and teach them. Anyways, I am sitting at home. So those who wanted to learn but couldn't afford that time for various reasons, either they couldn't travel to my place or they couldn't afford or whatever reasons, they couldn't get their leaves maybe. Let me open this online. Everybody is available. I am also available. Let me teach this to some people. And I'll also test online. And so I did it. It so turned out that online was more powerful than offline, number one. And I got immense satisfaction by teaching it for free than what I used to get by charging for it. So I thought, let me make it free. And when I did it for a few more times, I liked it so much. I thought, okay, some people donate food, some people donate money, some people donate blankets. I have this, so let me donate this. And I made these trainings free with a larger social cause in mind that more and more people will read. When people read, when people learn wonderful things, when people do self-development, they eventually go towards positive things, right? Learners will eventually go towards positive things and more wonderful things will happen. You'll become more productive, you'll benefit, your family will benefit, your organization will benefit, the economy will benefit, the country will benefit. So I thought, let me do this as my part of, as my small share into the society. So I'm doing it for my own reasons. Don't think that I am doing this for you, please. I am doing it for my satisfaction. You all can, of course, benefit from it. But you will only benefit from this after you practice what I tell you, not by just listening to me. Okay, fine. So that's why I made this free. Coming back, one situation in which your brain will never understand what you are reading. See, for example, if you have fever, if you are sick, if you have a headache, even if you read slow or you read fast, will you understand? No. Similarly, understanding also doesn't happen when you have been tired for some time. You have been listening to me for the last 2 hours, although you took a small break, right? Your brain needs to be fresh when you want to understand something, right? So you have trained your eyes. I told you how to move your eyes fast. I told you how to move your eyes fast over chunks, pick multiple words at a time, that too very fast. And we saw this principle of the brain, that the brain will first create resistance, then acceptance, then excellence. The resistance period is almost over. Let's take a small break here, a 20-minute break. Freshen up yourself. Make sure your brain is fresh. Build that positivity that you now want to come and understand at those levels. Okay, we'll take a 20-minute break here. Take a break. Make sure you don't revise anything in the break. Just freshen up your break. Build that positivity that you want to come in to understand at that speed. Imagine the power you will yield when you start understanding text at that speed, 700, 800, 500, whatever your number right now is, words per minute. How much more you can learn and grow. How quickly you can finish off your emails. How quickly you can go through your WhatsApp messages. How quickly you can have a glance at the newspaper. Everything will become so quick and easy, right? So build that positivity. Have some dreams. What will you do with all of this reading? And take a break, have a cup of tea, coffee, listen to music, take a nap if you want, and come back. We will resume exactly 20 minutes from now. And as soon as I come, we will tell you how to bring in understanding at that level, at that speed. Okay. So good time to take a break. Exactly 20 minutes from now. And you have already been known till now. You've seen it in the morning and then after the first break. When I say 20 minutes, it is 20 minutes, not 19, not 21. 20 minutes from now, and we will start. Thank you. Okay, guys, welcome back. So, how's it going? How many of you think you have learned something awesome today? Super. Okay. So, before we continue, a quick 30-second review of what we saw till now. In the morning, you saw the most important graph, the various functions of the brain, then the most important graph, the wonderful principles of primacy, recency, imagination, association, understanding how it works, how misunderstanding works. Then you saw the effect of meaning, the effect of completion, how the brain tries to complete things before they are complete or becomes very curious about it. And then the effect of interest. Then in the second part, we moved on to see how slow reading worked, how you were first reading letter by letter, then word by word, and then you moved your eyes over spaces. You were reading space to space, really, not word by word, but space to space. Then we saw how you can actually pick up chunks. And then we saw how you can move your eyes very fast over chunks. And yet, even at that speed, you are able to pick up at least something, if not everything as of now, but that's just a matter of time, a little bit of practice, and you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to have wonderful outcomes from this. And then we stopped at a point where you were able to pick up a lot of data, but don't know how to understand it. You're probably looking at the text, not reading the text, right? So now in order to bring understanding at that level, first I wanted you to read in chunks, then to read faster in chunks, so that you raise the bar and then we bring in understanding at that level rather than bringing it at a lower level. Okay. Because once you start understanding, you will again start becoming complacent. Okay, I'm understanding here. Why raise it more? That may happen. So better is to raise it as much as you can and then bring understanding at that level. Now, in order to get understanding at that level, we need to first look at why we were not understanding till now. When we were reading so fast, moving our eyes fast over chunks, why did the understanding go down? What could be the various reasons because of which this understanding was not working to the level which we wanted? Okay, so let's get to that a little bit. First reason because of which our understanding might not have worked is because all of this was new to you, right? Was it because the process is new? How many of you think this was all new? Never heard about this, that I can pick multiple words, right? So your focus was more on the newness, right? Your focus was more on the newness and less on the actual content that you are reading. Getting me? The focus was more on the newness of the system. Am I picking really 4 or 5? How is my eyes moving? See, when there is anything that is new, you don't really get into the content. You always remain in the newness. And that's how we all human beings are. For example, if you buy a new car, first few days, you will not be so much focused on driving. You will be focused on the new seat. How is the leather? How is the steering? What are the features in the audio system? We will try all volume levels. What is the top volume? What is the lowest volume? How does it sound? How much space is there in the glove box? How much can I put my seat behind and forward? How much can I make it up and down? You will be measuring the mileage of the car every day. After every few kilometers, you will check how much fuel is left. You are completely into the newness of the system, but not into the use of the system. Would you agree? That's how it works in the beginning. After 10 days of buying that car, after 15 days of buying that car, do you really look at all of this? No. You simply sit in the car, you start driving, you reach your destination, you park the car, you don't even realize that you have driven. It becomes so automatic, right? When you do something again and again, eventually it becomes automatic. You might have heard the phrase, practice makes a man perfect. The reality is practice doesn't make a man perfect. The practice makes a man automatic. Similarly, as you do this speed reading, it will become eventually automatic. The newness, once the newness is gone, after doing it for a few days, the newness it won't be new anymore. It will be normal. Once the newness is gone, focus will again come back on the content, right? When a new government is elected, You are too much keen on the newness of it. Who is the new government? Who is the prime minister? Who is this minister? Who is that minister? Who from my area has become something, etc., etc. After 10-15 days, your focus comes back to the content. Are the roads good? Is the water and electricity there? Is development happening? Is business is growing? Is money flowing? Etc. etc. Right? When the newness is gone, focus comes back on the content. Here also, you were not understanding initially because the process was new. A little bit into it, when the newness is gone, you will again pick up on your understanding. Would you agree? Does that make sense? Yes. Now, second reason why you were not understanding is because, do you think you were picking random words here then? When you're moving your eyes very fast, did it feel like these are random words that you are picking? Yes. As if the page, just some random words are printed on the page. There's no text, no sentence, no paragraph, nothing. Just some random words are put and printed. Probably it felt like this because you are picking a few words here and there. So that randomness obviously hampers your understanding. Right? And third thing, very important. We'll address the randomness. There's a way to address this randomness. Third thing, very important. I want you to tell me, and I asked you to think about it before we went for the break. What do you do to understand the text? Forget the speed reading for a minute. Even when you were regularly reading. Now I tell you to move your eyes over chunks. That time you are moving your eyes over words. But what were you explicitly doing in order to understand what you are reading? Tell me, what were you doing? Focus. Even if you didn't focus, you would have understood, right? Put attention. Really? If I give you a language that you don't understand, give you that book, you focus, put attention, do whatever, you will not understand. Imagining, really, after every sentence you did that? I am asking, what did you do? I am not asking what was happening inside. What did you explicitly do to understand? Deriving meaning. Do you explicitly go to the dictionary all the time to see meanings? Ramdat is saying, reading it again. Did you do that to understand, or did you do that because you didn't understand? You didn't know whether reading again you'll really understand or not. The reality is you did nothing explicitly to understand. Understanding happened by itself. I repeat, there is nothing you did to understand, and there is nothing you can do to understand. Understanding is not something that is done. Understanding is something that happens. You simply moved your eyes over words. When you were a baby, you moved your eyes over letters. When you grew up, you started moving your eyes over words. You didn't do anything to understand. Understanding happens or doesn't happen. Okay? Understanding either happens or doesn't happen. There's nothing you explicitly do to understand. Second thing, see, oh, you all had your lunch, right? Now, what are you doing to digest your lunch? Or generally when you have food, what do you do to digest your food? Tell me, what do you do to digest your food? You do nothing, right? Your food gets digested. The body does it. You go for a walk. Even if you don't go for a walk, the food will digest, right? You walk, you move, you don't move, food will digest. Sometimes it will not digest. You'll have a bad stomach. More often than not, it will digest. Sometimes it may not digest. Similarly, understanding more often than not happens. Sometimes you don't understand, but there is nothing you explicitly do to understand. Just like food is to the body, reading is to the mind. Just like food strengthens your body, reading strengthens your mind. At the same time, just like food gets automatically digested, reading, watching, seeing automatically gets understood. There is nothing you really do to understand. Okay? Now, there is a saying that if there is nothing you can do about something, about anything, then why worry? Why do you want to worry about understanding if there is nothing you can do? They'll be like, Pawan, that's all okay, but then to फिर ये सब क्यों किया? Why are we moving our eyes fast? What's the point if I don't understand? The bottom line is, this understanding also, just like all other things that you did in your life, will come automatically but you can aid it. You can do something to make it faster and make it nicer and make it easier. Just like you do nothing to digest your food, but you can eat a Hajmola tablet, or you can eat some soap, or you can eat some digestives to help the digestion. Similarly, there are a few things we can do in our mind to help that understanding, but with a complete agreement that understanding automatically happens. There's nothing you do to understand. Would you agree? Then I can tell you what you can do to make it faster and better. But you need to understand that it is automatic. आप कुछ नहीं करते हो. Even when you were a small baby, you did nothing to understand. As you grew up, you did nothing to understand. And now also you do nothing in order to understand. Okay, fine. So then what can we do? Then we can fix some fundamental things that are happening when you are moving your eyes fast. Number one, when you are moving your eyes fast, you think you are picking random words. Correct? You think you are picking random words here and there. This word here, that word there. Correct? And you are not able to connect. What can you do to be able to connect it so that understanding happens? What can you do to ensure that all the words from the phrase are picked so that you understand it, is what we are going to see now. Okay. Now, to reduce that randomness of words, I asked you to pick four words, four words, four words, four words, four words, four words. Okay. Now, when you are picking four words at a time, fine, it is natural that sometimes they will look like random words. Did you see that sometimes you didn't understand because these four words had punctuation marks in the between? For example, you picked four words from the text, but there is a full stop in the middle here. So you pick last two words of one sentence, first two words of the next sentence, and now you expect to understand. That would be difficult, right? Last two words of one sentence, first two words of the next sentence, you pick them together. Now there is too much work for the brain. Although the brain can do this as well, but initially you will find it difficult. So what do? Can we see that instead of picking 4, 4, 4, deciding that we will always pick four fixed words, can we choose to pick phrases instead of words? I repeat, can we choose to pick phrases instead of words, instead of chunks? What does that mean? Instead of randomly picking, just deciding 4, 4, 4, 4, if I decide to choose phases. Now, what is a phrase? A phrase is a meaningful part of a sentence. A phrase is a meaningful part of a sentence. Sentence is made like this. Words come together, sorry, letters come together to make words. Words come together to make a phrase, and phrases come together to make a sentence. Okay. So can we do this? Can we decide that I will always pick a phrase instead of picking chunks of words? Now, what does that mean and how do we do that? Let's have a look. Okay. If I tell you your chunks that you are picking, if these chunks are logical, if the chunks have a meaning within itself, every chunk that you pick, if within itself, if it has a meaning, then will your comprehension go up? Do you agree? Every chunk that you pick, just like every word that you pick has a meaning. So you understand. Now, if the entire chunk had a meaning within itself, the chunk is complete by itself, will your understanding shoot up? Yes, it will. Because now you are not picking chunk of words, you are actually picking the meaning directly. Okay, let's take an example here. Let us say this is the sentence I am reading. Tomorrow evening, I will go to Bangalore by a flight. Okay. If I decide to make 4-word chunks here, how will I read it? If I decide to make 4-word chunks, I will read it like this. Tomorrow evening, I will. 4 words. I pick tomorrow evening, I will. Now my brain thinks this is a bit incomplete. I cannot make a meaning out of this. Tomorrow evening, I will what? There's an incompletion feeling in the brain. Then it says go to Bangalore by. Again, there is I can understand go to Bangalore, but by what? Because of this, another incompletion feeling comes and looks like random words. Then I say a flight. Then some meaning is made. But by the time I reach a flight, the brain has to retain all this information and becomes tired. Okay. Instead of reading like this, if I read like this, Tomorrow evening, that is one chunk, just two words. Tomorrow evening, is that logical? Can you make some meaning out of this? Tomorrow evening? Yes. At least you can visualize something. Okay, then next chunk, I will go to Bangalore. Is it complete within itself? Does it have some meaning within itself without any incomplete words? Yes. So tomorrow evening, you can visualize something. I will go to Bangalore. You can visualize something. Buy a flight. Now you can visualize something. And together, it becomes understandable and meaningful. Okay. Tomorrow evening, I will go to Bangalore. Buy a flight. Together, it has a meaning within itself, which means instead of picking random chunks of four words, instead of deciding that I will pick 4 words at a time only, if I tell myself, let us pick phrases, let us pick words such that they have a meaning within themselves. Do you think your understanding will just shoot up like anything? Almost come back to normal or even get better? Got it? So pick meaningful words, which means now don't force yourself to 4 words at a time. What do you do now? You choose whether you want to read 2, sometimes 5, sometimes 4, sometimes 3. You simply tell yourself to pick meaningful chunks. But at the same time, you should not slow down for this. The speed of the eye should still be the same. The command to the eye should be move over meaningful chunks. Okay? Move over meaningful chunks. Fine? I'm sure right now you have a lot of questions, but I told you already, I know your questions, I will answer them. But for now, can we do one thing? Just for 1 minute, move your eyes fast, very fast, over phrases instead of chunk. How to pick a phrase, will I get a phrase, etc., etc. Leave all that aside. Just tell your eyes, tell your mind, let's move our eyes over phrases and start moving your eyes very fast over phrases and see the magic unfold. Continue reading from the point where you stopped. Move your eyes over phrases, meanings over meaningful set of words, meaningful chunks. Do that now. Open your books to the point where you had stopped. Start moving your eyes fast over phrases, not chunks. Meaningful set of words, phrases. Move your eyes fast over phrases. Let's do this just for 1 or 2 pages and then we'll start again. Okay, stop. Is it getting better than the previous exercise? Is the understanding getting better than the previous exercise? Are you getting more words, a little bit more meaning than before? Yes, super. If it is getting better, it can get even more better, even more better, even more better, and eventually become perfect. Correct? Good. Good. Anil is saying, Mahir is saying, speed is automatically decreasing. It is getting better, understanding is coming, but speed is decreasing. So let me ask you two questions here, and these two are very important questions. Number one, did the speed automatically go down or did you slow down? Did the speed automatically go down or did you slow down? So first, change your language that you use with yourself. When you say speed is automatically decreasing, you are assuming that some external power is working on you. Right? You are giving your control to something else. The reality, speed doesn't go down. You are slowing down. Maybe to understand, maybe to get better, you are slowing down. Okay? Should you slow down? Not at all. Okay? So first thing, speed is not going down. You are putting it down. Fine? Second thing, your speed originally was here. Your original speed was here. Then you went here, then you went here, then you went here. Now from here, if it slows down a little bit, but if the understanding comes very well, is that okay? It is still better than this speed, right? You were originally here, then it went up, up, up. Now from here, if it comes down a little bit, is that okay? Because the understanding is coming well. Yes or no? Is that okay? यहाँ से तो नीचे नहीं जा रहा है ना? Right? Now many of you will think, yes, that makes sense. From here, if it comes down a little bit, that is okay. And this is where the entire process goes for a toss. This is where the entire process fails. This should not be okay. Whatever happens, even little bit down should not be okay. I'll tell you why it should not be okay. Because the human brain is a wonderful and amazing negotiator. उसको negotiate करने में बहुत मजा आता है. You know what your brain will do? It will tell you, look, you were here, we are here now. From here, little bit down, I'll understand. Is that okay? You will say yes. The brain will say, see, we are understanding, right? A little bit more will understand better. And a little bit more will understand better. And a little bit more, and a little bit more, you are back to the same level. You know how negotiation happens on a street side shop, right? You go on the road, you see a shirt, you think, I like this shirt. You see the price tag, it is 1200. You think if I get it for 500, this is good. But what do you tell the shopkeeper? You start with 200. Shopkeeper says, why are you making fun of me by starting with 200? You say, why are you making fun of me by putting 1200? Now the negotiation begins. Goes on, goes on, goes on. He says, okay, 1000. You say, no, 300 best. Then he says, okay, 800. You say, no, 350. He says, 750 last. Take it or leave it. You say, okay, I will leave it. You start walking out of the store, but you keep looking behind to check if he's calling you. And if the shopkeeper calls you, come, 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 then you do a little bit more negotiation. After a lot of effort, you get it for 500. The shopkeeper agrees to give it to you for 500. You feel happy or sad? It was 1200. You wanted it for 500. You did a lot of effort and you got it for 500. You feel happy, right? Because you got it for the price you wanted it. Now let's take another situation. You move forward. Okay. You see another shop, there's another shirt. Again, the price is 1200. Again, you think I should get it for 500, then I will take it. It's really good for 500. You tell the shopkeeper, but you don't have too much time to negotiate. So you straight away tell the shopkeeper, Bhaiya, I want this for 500. Will you give? The shopkeeper says, yes, take. Now will you feel happy or sad? In one sentence, the negotiation is over. He says, you say, I want it for 500. He says, yes, take for 500. Now many of you will feel sad. Why? Now you will think, oh, so easily gave for 500. Which means if I had asked for 400, I would have got it. The same situation. Once you had to make an effort for it, you felt happy. In another one, you didn't have to make effort, you felt sad. मतलब मेहनत करके 500 में मिला तो अच्छा है, बगैर मेहनत का मिला तो अच्छा नहीं है. But now if you go to a brand store, let's say you go to Shoppers Stop or something like that, you see a shirt for 1200. Do you even dare to go and ask? कुछ कम होगा क्या? Forget 200. Do you even dare to go and ask? 1000 में मिलेगा क्या? 1000 में मिलेगा क्या? No. At the best, you can ask, you will very politely ask, is there any scheme? Is there any discount? That is what you will ask. Once he says no, do you say, फिर भी give me for 1,000, give me for 900? You probably won't. Why? Because you know that the argument is of no use here. They work on fixed price basis. They don't negotiate like this. Correct? You either buy it or you leave it. Simple. Similarly, when you are reading, your brain is a wonderful negotiator, and the brain knows you very well. So brain knows how to negotiate with you. It may not be able to negotiate with the rest of the world, but it knows how to negotiate with you. What your brain says is, you're coming down from here, Ray, not from here. You're coming down from here, little bit down, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. It will bring you back here. You cannot behave like a street side shop with your brain. You have to behave like a brand store. You have to tell your brain, not even 1 inch of going down. Not even not even 10 words per minute. I'm going to slow down. My eyes will move at this speed. You figure out how to understand. And I told you, the brain is wonderful at adapting. It will see that the eyes are not willing to budge down. The brain will figure out how to understand this. Because whatever goes to the eyes has to go to the brain. The brain has to process it. Okay. Now, with this knowledge in your background that the brain is a wonderful negotiator, but if you are a brand store, then the negotiation doesn't help. Behave like a brand store. Okay. Continue reading. Move your eyes over phrases. Over phrases. Now you may have one question, and this is very important. You may think, Pawan, all this is fine. But when I start reading, I have not read the next few words. So how will I know where the next phrase begins and where the next phrase ends? Wherever I stopped, I can start from there. But how do I know whether next phrase is 2 words or 7 words or 5 words or 6 words before I pick it up? Richa is saying, exactly. यही तो पूछ रही हूं मैं. हाँ, तो मैं बता दूं. Right? You haven't read the rest of the text. So how would you know whether the next 5 words make a phrase or 7 words make a phrase or 2 words make a phrase? Getting the point? Then what to do? Well, one option is you read through the text word by word, you mark all the phrases, and then you read again phrase by phrase. But that doesn't make sense, right? That is so stupid. Then why speed read? I would might as well read slow. Then second thing is, okay, fair enough. You don't want to do that. Then the only way is automatically you should know where the phrase begins and ends. But how would that be possible? So logically speaking, technically speaking, that is very much possible. Okay. You automatically get the phrases, but how you get them, I'll tell you shortly. For now, just for the next 2 minutes, please believe or assume that I am God. Pawan is God. Pawan appeared in front of you, God appeared in front of you and told you, Tatastu, some boon I am giving you, by which you move your eyes, phrases will automatically come to you. You don't do anything. I am giving you the magical powers. You move your eyes, they will automatically pick up phrases. And with full belief into this, don't worry about the logic. I will tell you the logic. Okay? For the next 2 minutes, believe that you have these magical powers. You simply move your eyes fast and see if phrases are coming up. Okay? Can you do this for 2 minutes? After that, I will give away my designation of God. I will resign from that position. Okay? But for 2 minutes, please assume that you have this magical power. So let's do this. Continue reading. Move your eyes very fast over phrases and see if magically you are getting phrases. Move your eyes fast and phrases. Fast and phrases. Fast and phrases. Keep reading.
A little bit more. Move your eyes fast over phrases and observe the change happening. Okay, stop. Stop reading. Fine. Now tell me in the chat box, were you able to understand better than before? Were you able to pick phrases? Did meaningful chunks automatically come in? I did. It works like magic. Yes, a little bit better. Surely did. Yes, yes. Mostly. Okay. Bit of improvement. Wonderful. So the point is you were able to get phrases. Fine. Anybody who thinks you didn't get phrases? You got phrases, right? If for some reason you thought that you didn't get phrases, then simply ask yourself, did the number of words change every time? Sometimes 2, sometimes 5, sometimes 3, sometimes 6, sometimes 3. Did that happen? If yes, then you were getting phrases. Otherwise, why would it? Otherwise, why would it change? Right? Otherwise, it would have been 4, 4, 4, 4 again. But if the number of words is changing, means you are getting phrases. In the middle, I found a little lost. Okay, fair enough. That's normal. Like I said, the process is also new. But now I have a counter question for you. Now that you were able to pick phrases, let me ask you, how did this happen that you were able to get phrases? You haven't read the next few words, so how do you know whether to pick 3 or 5 or 7 or 4 or 2 every time you were moving on? Punctuation, commas are not always there, right? Commas are not there after every phase. In the text, it won't be tomorrow evening, comma, I will go to Bangalore, comma, buy a flight, full stop. ऐसा नहीं होता है ना. Comma comes once in 10 or 15 lines. So how did this happen? How did you get phrases? What does that prove? Logically, it wasn't possible, right? Logically, how would you pick the next few words as a phrase if you haven't read it? So logically, it wasn't possible. But when I told you, you were able to pick up phrases. What does it prove? Very simple. It proves that I am God because I gave you the boon, right? Okay, like I promised, I resigned from that position. Now I am not God. Let me tell you what actually happened. Next 4 to 5 minutes are very important for you to have full faith in this process. So understand what happened in your eyes and brain. This entire training is actually about no magic, pure logic. Okay. All the work is logical. The outcome may be magical, but the work is all logic. Let's understand what happened when you were reading. Okay. What happens is this. When you are reading something, the moment you turn the page, you have read both the pages. The moment I turn the page, I have read both the pages. I turn the page, I have read both the pages. I turn the page, I have read both the pages. Got it? I turn the page, I read both the pages. Even at this angle, not at this angle, but at this angle. When I am just looking at the screen, but the page is also turning in my hand, even then, the moment I turn the page, I have read both the pages. Would you agree? ये ज़्यादा हो रहा है. Getting too much? Of course, it is getting too much, right? Okay, let me tell you what happened actually. Fine. How does seeing work? No, I am not Swami Vivekananda. I cannot actually turn pages and read. First of all, that's a disclaimer. Okay, fine. But here is what happens. Fine. Here is what happens. You know how seeing works? Light falls on the object, reflects in your eyes capture the picture goes to the brain, and that picture is processed. Correct? That's how seeing works. That you know, it's fundamentals. So when I'm turning the page, and if I'm reading word by word, does light fall only on that word or on entire page? on the entire page. Does only that much reflect in my eyes, or everything reflects in my eyes? The entire picture goes in my eyes, right? My eyes, do my eyes do the cropping of the image? Only this much picture sent to the brain, rest of it throw in the recycle bin? No, eyes don't do any of that. Eyes will send the entire picture to the brain, and the brain processes the entire picture. Brain has to process everything that comes to it, which means if light has fallen on both the pages, it has reflected in my eyes and my brain has processed both the pages. Which brain? Conscious brain or subconscious brain? Obviously the subconscious brain. All sensory information first goes to the subconscious brain, and then from the subconscious brain, what comes to your conscious brain? Only that what you command. If you tell the subconscious brain, give me one letter at a time, subconscious brain says okay. The subconscious brain doesn't argue with you. The subconscious brain says, I'll give what you want. What you should want is your problem. He says, I have read both the pages. You have all the time in the world. You want letter by letter, take. After some days, some years, you said, no, please give me word by word. Letter by letter is too slow. Subconscious brain says, okay, no big deal. I have read both the pages. I'll give you word by word. Take. Today in the morning, you figured out, Arey, chunk by chunk is also possible. You told the subconscious brain, give me chunks. The subconscious said, take. And now when you said, give me the phrases, the subconscious, okay, I have read both the pages. The moment you turned it, I have read it. I know where the phrases are. You tell me move over phrases, I will move you over phrases. And that is how your mind actually moves over phrases automatically. You don't have to do anything, just have a little bit of a faith. Not even too much of it, a little bit of it to tell that, okay, if I tell my mind to move over phrases, it will. Okay, let's do a quick exercise. All of you, open your book to whatever page you are on. Okay, and focus on any one word in the middle. Any one word somewhere in the middle of the page. Focus your eyes there on one word in the middle. Okay. Now don't bother typing in the chat box. Just answer to yourself, because I don't want you to lose focus from that word. While you are completely focused on that one word, tell me, can you still see what is the word before and after this word? Just tell yourself, not me, tell yourself. Can you see the word above it and below it while you are still focused on that word? Yes. Can you see some few more words around it? Can you see where the paragraph begins and where it ends roughly? While you are still focusing on that word, can you see roughly how many paragraphs are there on the page? While you are still focused on the word, can you see how many paragraphs are on the other page? While you are still focused on that word, can you see what is around this book? A part of the table, a part of the wall, a part of the floor, or whatever you see. You can do all of that, right? Which means even if you think you are focusing on one letter or one word or one chunk or one phrase, your eyes are continuously picking everything. Your brain is continuously processing everything. And this is the magical power that we want to use in reading. We are only using the focused vision. We are not using the peripheral vision, the side vision that we have. Getting the point now? Fine. Or let me give you one more example before we move on. Imagine you are watching this training, okay? Or you're watching something on TV, or you're doing something, you're seeing something. While you are seeing something, your eyes are completely focused on the screen, on the TV, mobile, laptop, whatever you are seeing at, okay? And it so happens that a mosquito comes from here, from your side somewhere the mosquito comes, okay? Do you stop the TV or pause the TV, turn around, shoo the mosquito away and come back to the training? Do you do that? No. You continue watching, you just move your hand there and your hand goes exactly where the mosquito was spotted. Do you agree? Your hand goes exactly where the mosquito was spotted. Right? How does that happen? Even if you think consciously you are processing just this one frame of the TV or the mobile, the eyes are capturing 360 degrees and sending it to your brain, and your brain is processing everything. Now, some of you may be thinking, no, Pawan, it doesn't go exactly where the mosquito is spotted, because we don't always hit the mosquito. Sometimes you miss the mosquito. Let me repeat. I said your hand goes exactly where the mosquito was spotted, not where it is now. Okay? Because nature gives equal power to everybody. Mosquito also has eyes. Mosquito also has peripheral vision. It sees that a hand is coming and the mosquito runs away. Now, if you are fast, you will hit. If the mosquito is fast, it will miss. Fine? Okay. Getting me? So that is the power of your subconscious mind, which can help your conscious mind in order to read. This is not only in reading, this is in everything that you do. Okay? Now with this belief, with this knowledge behind you, that your eyes have already read it, you just have to do the formality of moving over the chunks. Just the formality of moving over the phrases so it comes to your conscious mind. So that you feel like you have understood. The reality is you have understood, but you need to feel, you need to get that satisfaction, right? That you have understood. For that, you have to do this formality of moving over phrases. Fair enough, we'll still do it. But at least we have the faith that my mind has read it and my mind can support this process very well. Okay? With that logic in the mind, with that explanation, with that scientific information, with that proof, continue reading now. Now you don't have to keep faith because faith will be automatic. What I said is logical. It's just plain 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, right? There's no deep, no rocket science here. In fact, I keep telling people there is no rocket science even in rocket science once you understand rocket science. What you don't know remains difficult. What you know becomes easy, right? Okay. What? There is no rocket science. Even in rocket science, once you understand rocket science, think about it later in the day. Don't worry right now. Continue reading the text. Move your eyes fast and over phrases. And now see if your understanding shoots up. Fast and phrases. Fast and phrases. Keep moving. Fast and phrases. Don't slow down to understand. Simply move your eyes fast. Everything else will be automatic. Okay? Make a mark where you just stopped. Make a mark where you just stopped. Harry is asking next session कब होगा ये तो complete करो. Next का भी बताएंगे. शायद आपको लेंगे नहीं लेंगे next session में पता नहीं ये complete करो. Okay. So you saw how to move your eyes fast over phrases. Correct? Now let's do a speed test with this. Until now we did practice. Now let us see if the numbers speak to themselves. If the numbers speak of the same thing. Fine. So make a mark where you have stopped. We will now do a time test. Again, I'll set up the timer. When I say start, you will start reading. When I say stop, you will make a mark, then count the lines and check the speed. Okay. This time you will move your eyes fast and phrases, not fast and chunks. I may remind you through this 1 minute a few times because still you may see that sometimes the eyes go back to word by word, right? It will take a few more minutes of reading to get rid of that. That may happen, a little bit of practice in the evening, maybe, if you do. But till then, I will remind you that you have to go to fast and phrases. If you go back to word by word and you realize it, don't give too much attention to it. Simply move back to fast and phrases. Okay. You all have heard fast and furious, right? Now let's change it to fast and phrases. Okay. Get ready. Make a mark where you are. Make a mark where you are. And let's see what your new speed is. Start reading now. Fast and phrases. Fast and phrases. Fast and phrases. Stop. Stop reading. Make a mark where you stopped. Were you able to pick phrases? Were you able to pick logical chunks? Meaningful set of words? Harry, a phrase is a logical set of words, a meaningful set of words that become a part of a sentence. Okay. I explained this enough. You probably missed it. But anyways, yes. Now count the number of lines multiplied by average words per line and put in the chat box what your new speed is. 510, 360, 533, 280, 550, 280, 300, 320, 399. Interesting. 352, 580. Still same coming as 330, which means still the movement is same. Faith में थोड़ा problem है, काम करना पड़ेगा. 300, 280, 260, 550. Good. So now, is it getting better? The speed also getting better and the understanding also getting better? Yes. You think now when you practice this more, automatically it will get better and better and better. See, if it is getting better, it can get more better, right? If it is stagnant, then there is a problem. But if it is getting better, it can get even more better. Now, again, I'll tell you one more thing, by the way. The number is not really that important. Okay. We are measuring right now so that we know that the system is working. Correct? If you don't measure, how would you know that the system is working? But after you are done with one or two books, the number is not important. As long as you finish the book that you started, for many people, that itself is a great thing. For many of you, if you are finishing a book in much lesser time, earlier you took 3 hours, now you take 1 hour. That is already a proof. That number is not important. The number will anyways change from book to book, from time to time, from reason to reason, why you are reading, right? Great. So now let's move on to the next thing. You saw how to read, you saw how to move your eyes over phrases, and you probably saw even now, a little bit of slowing down you are doing, right? In order to understand better that negotiation is still happening. So let's understand a couple more principles of the brain by which you will know that how you can stop this negotiation. Negotiation only happens when it is allowed. Okay. Like I said, you won't negotiate at a brand store, you will negotiate at a street side shop. Correct? Negotiation only happens when it is allowed. Now, what does that mean? See, if I take you to a big ground, and I ask you to run laps on the ground. Okay. I'm your running coach, let us say, and I'm asking you to run laps on the ground. There, if I tell you, run fast, even faster, even more faster, 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 faster. If I keep telling you faster, 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 how much faster can you run? Will there be some point where you will tell me, Bhavan, this is my best, cannot go faster than this. This is the ultimate. Will some point come when you will say this? Yes, right? You not keep going faster and faster. Some point will come when you will tell me, Pawan, this is my best, enough of it. Correct? Now at that point, if I go out of the scene and I put a nice big Alsatian dog or a Doberman or a cheetah or a tiger behind you, now will you run faster? Yes, saturation will come, but now when I put these animals behind you, will you run faster? Naturally, yes. Whether it is out of survival, out of excitement, out of fear, that's a different story. The reality is you can run faster than you thought you can run. Correct? Now, why does it happen that when I tell you to run faster, you ask me that this is enough, but when an animal is put behind you, you run even faster? Because when I was telling you to run fast, your mind knows this is a person. He can speak. If I can speak with him in the same language that he understands, means I can communicate. If I can communicate, I can negotiate. Let's negotiate. So your brain tries to tell me with different gestures, this is the best. Sorry, Bhavan, can't do. All these gestures will be done, right? Not only with speech, but also with body language, you're going to negotiate. The moment I put a tiger behind you, now your mind knows the tiger doesn't know your language, which means there cannot be communication, which means there is no negotiation, might as well run faster. And that is why you run faster, right? The moment negotiation is allowed, negotiation will happen. Everybody likes to negotiate. The moment it is known that negotiation is not possible, people either get out of the deal or accept the deal the way it is. Fine. Here, getting out of the deal is not an option. What is the negotiation between? The negotiation is between you and your mind. If you tell your mind, you understand or you don't understand, I don't care. My eyes from now will move like this. Tuck, 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 tuck. Go figure out what to do. Your mind may crib, your mind may cry, your brain will give excuses. 1 hour, 2 hours, 20 pages, 40 pages. Eventually, it will realize there is no choice but to adapt. And the moment the brain decides to adapt, done. It doesn't take too much time. It's a wonderful adapting device, right? So, with that knowledge and with that faith, you have to continue reading. Not now, but you have to continue this reading. How long does it take for this to become a part of you? That is another question now. How much practice is required for this to become permanent? The good news is it takes only a maximum of 30 to 40 pages of practice, no more than that, for this to become permanent. But 30 to 40 pages after you have understood the fundamentals. Until now, what you did was not practice, that was training. So don't count these pages that you have read till now, but from here on. Here is what will happen. First 5 to 10 pages, nothing will go in your mind. Keep moving your eyes fast. Next 5 to 10 pages, some words will go. Next 5 to 10 pages, all the words will start coming. Next 5 to 10 pages, you will start making the meaning. And at that point, you will see your understanding is not only gone better, but much better than your previous level of understanding before this training. Because now you are not supplying words, you're directly supplying meaning. So understanding goes up. Now that going back, reading again won't happen because the brain is understanding and brain is getting the data at the speed that it likes. Now there will be more motivation because you are finishing well in time. Earlier you were not reading because you started a book, wohi khatam nahi hua. That book is not getting over. What's the point of starting a new book? Motivation wasn't there. But now you will finish what you started. When you finish one book, you have more motivation, even more motivation, even more motivation. Right? So for today, I want to give you one homework. Okay, for today, and you have to do this homework today. This is not for tomorrow. Tomorrow ko homework alag hai. Okay. Vidula is asking, does this happen for all language? Yes, yes, this happens to all languages. English is what I am giving as examples because the training is in English, but this happens with all the languages. If there is any confusion, keep the confusion aside. Move your eyes very fast over phrases. That's it. Within 20 to 30 pages, you will see the magic happen. Okay. Some people get it in 10 to 15 pages. The maximum I am saying is 30 to 40 pages. So today here is what I want you to do. After the training is over, there's a lot more coming. We still have 2 hours in the training, but this is one homework that I want you to do. After the training is over, continue reading at least 10 pages, maximum 20 pages, but not immediately after the training. After the training, you get up, get fresh, have your food, dinner, etc. Before sleeping, read at least 10 to 20 pages, not less than 10 and not more than 20 either. Why not more than 20? Because I want you to have a good sleep so that tomorrow you are fresh again. Okay. Otherwise, you may end up reading all night and then tomorrow you won't come. That's not a good idea. Okay. So, not less than 10, not more than 20. In one sitting, read about 20 pages. When you read these pages, move your eyes fast and over phrases. Don't care whether you understood or not. When 20 pages are over, close the book, go to sleep. Okay. Now, how would you know whether you understood or not? Here is what you do. Tomorrow, when you wake up, listen to this exercise very carefully. Today, you will read 10 to 20 pages, very fast, moving your eyes over phrases. Tomorrow, when you wake up, read the same 10 to 20 pages again. And this is only once. ये बार बार नहीं करना है. This is only once to get the proof. That's it. Tomorrow, when you wake up, again read the same pages. When you're reading the same pages again, if you get a feeling, I am understanding this. I think I've read this before. If you get that feeling that you are reading it again, it means you had understood it yesterday. Correct? Otherwise, why should you get that feeling? It should feel like all new if you didn't understand yesterday. But if you get a feeling, I think I've read this before, that means you have understood it, and that will be the proof. Okay? So, today read 15 to 20 pages, 10 to 20 pages. Tomorrow read them again before you come to the training. Okay? That's your homework number 1. Fair enough? Make a note of this homework and then let's continue with the process. Okay? So those are a few important things about reading. There is a lot more. How to figure out a book, which books to read, how to read the books by the same author, should you use a finger when you're reading or not, how to, about the eye movements, about the environment, and a lot more is there, which we will see as we go forward into this training. In this training, we are going to see all of this. Plus, there is one special challenge that you will have. Even after learning speed reading and even after mastering speed reading, one fundamental challenge will still be there. Kab padhu? When do I read? There is no time to breathe. Right? So for that, you will need to learn how to create time for yourself. Many people say 24 hours are not enough, Pawan. Okay, I'll tell you a method by which you can extract 1 hour from your day without compromising on your social media and videos and reels and anything. No compromise here. Still get 1 hour out of your time. How to do that? For that, there is one more training under Knowledge and Karma called My 25th Hour. I'll invite you to that training, also free of cost when we do that. But for now, master this activity so that at least that practice has happened. Okay? वो भी training होगा. All trainings under Knowledge and Karma are absolutely free of cost. And there are a lot of wonderful trainings. Another thing, when you are reading, what is the state of mind that you want? Curiosity. Correct? When you are remembering and recalling, you want confidence. When you are implementing, you want to be energetic. How do you get the states of the mind as and when you need it? Irrespective of what happened just before reading. अभी अभी बीबी के साथ झगड़ा हुआ, अभी बुक में मन नहीं लग रहा है, ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए. राइट? अभी अभी बेटा कुछ उल्टा सीधा बोल के गया, अभी बुक में मन नहीं लग रहा है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. How do you control the state of the mind, etc., etc.? For that, we have another training called the Art and Science of Success, by which you control, which you can invite a state, be in that state, and leave the state. For that, there's another training. All these trainings are free of cost. You'll be invited to them as and when they happen. Okay. For now, I just wanted to focus on this one process. Okay. With that, I think it is a good time to take a break. Right? Good time to take a break. So let's take a break here. When we come back, we will continue with a wonderful way of taking notes. So few additional things about reading and a wonderful way of taking your notes in a manner that you will cannot forget what you have written, in a manner that you will always remember. Okay, so let's take a break here. Just like you need a break, I also need a break. I know you have doubts, but like I said, after the day is over, I will start taking your questions. We'll allow your videos, audios, everything on, and we'll actually do an interaction to solve your questions. But for now, as much as you need a break, I also need a break. Welcome back. You can see me and hear me. Please type in yes so I know. Perfect. Thank you. So let's get going. Let's move forward from where we stopped. One additional thing that I wanted to mention about reading books, especially books that come in a series, that means books by the same author. How do you do that? Let's have a quick look at that, and then we move on to a wonderful tool called mind maps. Fine. Now, if you're reading books by the same author, there are two types here. One is fictional authors, second is self-help authors. If you're going to read fiction, then it doesn't matter you read in any order, any book first. Every fiction book is a different thing, so it has fun in it. Sorry. But if you are going to read books by the same author in the self-help category, then here is what I recommend. Always read the books in their order of publication. The first book that came out should be read first. The book that came next should be read next. The book that came next should be read next, third, fourth. Why should you do that, and what is the advantage of doing this? Number one, when does a person feel motivated to write one more book? Generally, when the first book becomes a success, correct? If a person has written a self-help book and that book becomes a huge success, then they feel like writing one more. Now, when they write that second book, somewhere in their subconscious mind, there is a programming which tells them those people who have read your first book are the ones who will buy your second book. Okay. As a result, they do a lot of cross-referencing to the first book in the second book. They refer to a lot of topics that they covered or a lot of stories that they said in the first book. Now, if you have not read the first book, then you don't get too much from the second book. You start getting lost every now and then because you haven't read the first book. Then you have to go back, read the first book, again come back, read the second book. It's a waste of time, right? But if you have read the first book, then wherever cross-referencing is happening, you can skip that part. So it takes you lesser time to finish the second book. The third book will even have more references to first and second book, to the extent that if you go to the fifth or sixth book, generally hardly one chapter will be new, nothing will be new. Most of them will be a combination of what happened in the first few books. So if you are going to read books by the same author, then follow this idea, follow this process where you read the books in the order of publication. You will save a lot of time and energy. In fact, after reading 2-3 books by the same author, fourth book you can simply go to a bookstore, go through the index, see which chapter uh, is new to you, read that much chapter, keep the book back in the shelf, go home. Okay, don't do that. You have to do justice to the author and to the bookstore as well. But just kidding, you can actually, it is only that much newness in the next book. So when you're reading books by the same author, follow this process. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay, good. Now let's move on to another wonderful tool by which you can take notes in a manner that you will easily remember and in a manner that you will recall. Okay, take notes in a manner that you will easily remember, easily recall, and make good use of that reading. All reading is useful only finally when the implementation happens, right? For that, you have to be able to read, understand, remember, recall, and then implement. How do you go about that? Let's have a look at that. For this, we are going to look at a wonderful tool called mind maps. Okay, and in order to understand what is a mind map, what it does to you, we are going to do a couple of exercises now. I had asked all of you to bring some blank pages. I believe you have them with you. Some blank pages. If you don't have them, get up, get some blank pages. Something from the printer, you can pull them out or whatever. If you don't have blank pages at all at home, then you can use lined pages or a notebook. That is fine. But if you have blank pages, they will be the most powerful things to use. So make sure you have some blank pages with you and a pen, pencil, and some color pens with you. Okay, good. Now, before we understand what is a mind map, let me tell you a little bit of the detail of it. Mind map is a tool which is also called as Swiss Army knife for your brain. What is it called as? Swiss Army knife for your brain. What does that mean? How many of you know what is a Swiss Army knife or don't know what is a Swiss Army knife? Okay, here it is. For those who don't know, what you see on the left is a Swiss Army knife, also known as a camping knife. Correct. Swiss Army knife, it is that one tool from which you can pull out a screwdriver, pull out a scissor, pull out a blade, pull out a clipper, pull out so many things. And if you put them all together, it is just a small piece of metal. But within it, it has a lot of tools. That tool is called as a Swiss Army knife. Okay. Now, Swiss Army knife is wonderful and can do a lot of stuff when you open it. And if you keep it closed, it is only as good as a paperweight, just to make sure that papers don't fly away. Similarly, your brain is a wonderful and can do a lot of things when you open it up. When I say open, I don't mean surgically opening it, but opening your thoughts. However, it is just a body weight when you close it down. Just some weight put on your body. Okay. Now, to understand this concept and to see how it can help you to generate ideas, to read, to remember, it's a multifaceted tool. It's a very powerful tool. Let's do a quick exercise. Fine. Here is what I want you to do. Take a blank paper. Take a fresh blank paper. Now I am going to give you one word. Fine. And I want you to make a list of all the words that you can think of related to this one word. Make a list one below the other. Just write keywords. Don't write sentences. Okay. Make a list of all the words related to this one word. For example, if I said play, this is just an example. Hold on. If I said play, what can you think of related to play? You can think of cricket, you can think of fun, friends, exercise, stamina, drama, and so on. Correct? So when I say play, you can think of all these things. So whatever thoughts come to you when I give that word, write those thoughts one below the other. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do this. As you write those thoughts, observe yourself. Is this exercise easy, difficult? How are the thoughts coming easily? Does it take time? Does it not take time? Just observe yourself as you keep writing those thoughts. Fine. So I'll give you one word. Make a list of all the thoughts related to this word that come in your mind and put them down one below the other. Once you're done with them, I'll tell you how to draw some conclusion from it. Ready for it? All of you? Okay. So observe yourself when you write. The word is work. 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 I'll give you 2 minutes for this. I'll give you 2 minutes for this. Make a list of all the words related to this one word. Continue. The word is work. Take 2 minutes. Write down all the words you can think of related to this one word, work. The word is work. WORK. Make a list of all the words you can think of related to this word, work. Half a minute more. Ten seconds. Okay, stop writing. Stop writing. Was it easy or difficult? Okay, some are saying easy, some are saying difficult. The diplomatic ones are saying partially easy, partially difficult, etc. Hello. 1 hour. Hmm, okay. Okay. Take it. Enjoy. Bye. Okay. Now, whether it was easy or difficult, let us see. How many of you wrote at least 50 words? 50 words. 1, 2. That's it. If you didn't even write 50 words related to work, how could you say this is easy? Okay, how many of you wrote at least 25 words? A few of you did that. How many of you wrote less than 25 words? 10, 13, 12. Me, yes. Then how could you say this is easy? If it was easy, you should have written at least 50, 60 words minimum, right? Now let me ask you this. Did it happen that the first few words, first 5, 6, 7 words came very quick? Tuck, 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 they came. Then the next word you had to pause a little bit. And then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. After every word, the pause was increasing. You have to really think hard to get the word. Did that happen? Yes. For something as simple as work, you had so few words. Okay. Let me ask you another question, the other way around. Fine. If you have only so less words related to work, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on, hold on. Not don't close it. Keep it open. Okay. We might have some distraction now because my children are back. They were out all day. That's fine. So, when you were writing this, if I ask you a simple exercise now, tell me one word in the entire universe. Okay, listen carefully. In the entire universe, tell me one word which is not related to work. Give me one word in the entire universe that is not related to work. Death. Death is not related to work. Then you buy insurance to take care of your death or people after your death. And that insurance you pay from your work, from the income that you get from your work. So death is related to work. Black hole is not related to work. Many people say my work is a black hole, it never gets over. Dreams are not related to work. And then you tell me you work so that you can fulfill your dreams. Rest is not related to work. Do one thing, go to work and take rest there. Sleep in front of your boss, you will know how much related it is. Archana is saying dance is not related to work. And so many people after they work hard, when they finish a project, when they party, they dance to celebrate that they finished a project. Sumi is saying parents are not related to work. Well, how do you take care of your parents if you don't work? You earn money from your work and take care of your parents. Or your parents work so that you could learn well, educate well, and then you work. So that you work eventually. You think of anything in the world and there is some connection between work and that thing. In fact, nothing in the universe is not connected to anything. I told you earlier in the morning, everything in the universe in some way or the other is connected to everything else. Right? And your mind has the ability to find a connection or create a connection. When I asked you what is not related to work, you gave some quick answers. But if you think even 2 seconds over that answer that you gave, is it related to work? And you'll realize, oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it is. Every time you will know that it is some way or the other related to work. In fact, everything is related to everything else. And if that is the case, why is your list so small? 10 words, 20 words, 50 words. Why so small? Here is what happened when I asked you to think of things related to work. You visualized work, whatever work means to you. Somebody may be a doctor, who you might have written clinic and surgery and this and that. Somebody may be a lawyer, you might have written court and judge and things like that. You may be an IT engineer, you might have written computer, desk, salary, etc., etc. Right? You think of work and then you think of things around it. So your thinking is focused and you think of just a few things that you see in the periphery and you wrote them down. After some of them were written, you had to think hard because your focus was not shifting from work. You're thinking of work and then writing it. Instead, if you did this, if you just look around your room and write down everything that you see, connection can be created later. You can just look around your room. Window is related to work, curtains is related, wardrobe is related, drawers are related, table is related, laptop is related, mouse is related, wire is related, charger is related, book is related, pen is related, phone is related, glass is related, water is related, oxygen is related, shoes are related. You simply look around your room and wrote down 50 words, you would have got 50 words. Everything in the world in some way or the other is connected with everything else. And this connection is what I want you to utilize in your reading. But before we get there, in that case, your list is so small because it was focused thinking and linear writing. I made you write a list one below the other, going in a straight line. Now, both these are not natural to us. Neither focus is natural to us, neither linear is natural to us. Both these are artificial. What is natural to us is radiance. Your thoughts wander in all directions, right? If I ask you to think of just one thing for 10 seconds, in those 10 seconds, you will actually do a full world tour and come back. You'll probably do a space tour as well, right? In those 10 seconds, you will think of everything when I ask you to focus on one thing. Your mind wanders in all directions. We are radiant beings. We are not focused beings. We are not linear at all. This linear way of writing notes is only in schools that we have been taught. Okay. So then what is the real way of doing it? It is radiance. What is radiance? Radiant thinking means thinking in all directions, which means the fact that your brain anyways goes out in all directions. Instead of feeling bad about it, can we utilize it? One principle that I follow in my life, and I really want you to at least think over it, following or not is your choice, is nothing is good or bad. You have to only think whether it is useful or hurtful. Whatever you do, can you make it to good use? If you can put it to good use, it is good. Nuclear energy, if you put it to good use, it is bad. If you make bombs, it is, sorry, if you put it to good use, it is good. If you make bombs, it is bad. Again, if you make bombs to fire, then it is bad. If you make bombs just to keep and show others, hey, mere paas hai, I have one, be quiet, then it is still good, right? So it all depends on how you make use of it. Similarly here, this thinking, focused thinking, linear thinking, you couldn't put to the best use because that is not natural to us. Radiant thinking we can put to best use because it is natural to us. What is radiant? Radiant means going out in all directions. Look at nature. Nothing is linear in nature. There is no straight line in nature. Everything goes in curves or waves, right? The trees go radiant. They grow upwards, they grow downwards, they grow sideways. They grow downwards as roots. The sun is radiant. Sunlight goes in all directions. A flower is radiant. It blooms in all directions. We are also radiant. We first grow like this, then we start growing like this. Okay, jokes apart. It doesn't matter how you grow. What is important is how your mind grows and your thoughts keep growing radiant. Okay. Now, if you can utilize that to take and make your notes, the way you remember things and the way you make your notes will be very powerful. But exactly what is the process? That doesn't mean just keep writing randomly here and there. There is a process to that. To understand that process, let us do one more exercise. Please take one more fresh blank paper, a fresh blank paper, and hold this paper on your table horizontally, not vertically, not like this, but like this. Okay. Hold this paper horizontally, landscape mode. And now on your screen, I'm going to show you what you are supposed to do. Once you have this paper, in the center of this paper, take a fresh blank paper. Okay. Please don't use the backside of the previous paper and all that, that you can reuse later. But for this exercise, take a fresh blank paper. In the center of the paper, draw a circle. Not a very big circle like a bangle, not a very tiny circle like a charane ka coin. A decent 1 inch diameter wala circle. Okay. When you are done, around this circle, I want you to draw some lines, but hold on. First, see how what I'm showing you. Look at these lines. About 7 to 8 lines I want you to draw around the circle. If you observe, they are not straight lines. They are slightly curved. And there is no vertical line, no horizontal line. They are all at a certain angle. Fine. So around your circle, draw 7 to 8 lines like this. Okay. Now, again, I will give you one word, a different word this time. When I give you this word, I want you to think of any picture that occurs to you regarding that word. And first draw a picture inside this circle. Now, when I say picture, I don't want a very artistic picture and all that. You don't have to be a great artist for this. Whatever you can draw in 3 to 4 seconds. That's all. Okay. Just a simple sketch or something. For example, if I said the word is play, then this is how I draw play. Simple bat and ball is enough for me to represent play. Okay. So draw a picture in the center. Then around this circle, there are lines that you have drawn. On these lines, you write whatever this word means to you. On these lines, you write whatever this word means to you. Okay. So whatever thoughts come to you, you made a list. This time you write on the line, but remember, write on the line, not after the line. Be very careful of that. Once you're done with all the lines, again, connect the central theme, for example, play, and any one word on the line, for example, cricket, and make sub branches of it. So when I say play and cricket, I can think of Sachin, IPL, book, and so on. Play and fun, I think of carom, video games, football, etc. Play and exercise, hockey, stamina, etc. Okay, so you make sub branches, 2, 3, 4 sub branches for each branch. And then further sub branches, cricket, Sachin, and play. Together I can think of centuries, together I can think of gods, and so on. Keep going like this for all the branches. Simple? Could you do this? Yes. Make sure you don't write after the line. That is wrong. You have to write on the line. This is the right way to do it. Okay. Now, there are a few rules for this exercise. Very important rules that you have to take care of for this exercise. Rule number 1. Your hand cannot stop. The moment I say, I give you the word, you will immediately draw something in the circle and start writing on the lines and sub branches and sub branches and sub branches. Even for a microsecond, your hand should not stop. Continuously you should be seen writing. Until now you might have learned that the brain controls the body. Today you will learn that the body can control the brain. Meaning, if you force your hand to keep writing, your brain will be forced to generate thoughts faster. Okay. So your hand cannot stop. Keep writing and very fast. Speed is very important here. Number 1. Number 2. When you are doing this exercise, don't judge your thoughts. Whatever thought comes to your mind has to come on paper. Initially you will think for each branch. While you do that and write down, some random thoughts will also come for other branches. The moment that thought comes, put it on the appropriate branch, come back to this branch. On the appropriate branch, come back to this branch. Okay, sometimes a totally random thought will come which is not related. You may think it is not related, but it is related. In that case, write it in the corner of a page. Okay, write in the corner, but don't lose that thought. Clear? For example, when I say play and the thought comes to my mind, funeral, I don't know how it is related, but I'll at least write in the corner. Don't lose the thought. Fine. So don't judge your thoughts. Don't stop your hand. And if it happens while doing this exercise, you think you are stuck, no thought is coming, you are just stuck. Take the central theme, take any one word on any branch and connect them, and you'll immediately start getting more thoughts. Okay. So this is your first mind map for those who are learning this for the first time. Even if you have learned it before, you haven't learned it the way I'm telling you, that I can promise you. Okay. So your first mind map is what you are about to make. Got it? The rules are clear. The moment I give the word, draw in the circle, start writing on the branches, make sub branches, until I say stop. You have to keep writing. You cannot do a little bit and then type in the chat box, I am done. No, you are not done until I say done. Okay, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing until I say done. The word is happiness. The word is happiness. I'll give you 2 minutes to do this. Start with the picture in the center for happiness. Then write whatever happiness means to you on those lines and start making sub branches, Write on the lines and go very fast. Don't judge your thoughts. Whatever comes to your mind, put it on paper. You have 2 minutes to do this. Keep writing very fast. If you think the paper is over, then look at the paper. If you see white color, means there is space to write. Keep writing as fast as possible. The faster you go, the more value you will derive from this exercise. Last 1 minute. Write fast, write as much as you can. Half a minute more. The person with maximum words gets the prize. Keep writing. Go very fast. Ten seconds. Keep going very fast. Push yourself. Connect any two, three words. See what random meanings come out. Okay, stop. Stop writing. You can stretch your fingers a bit if you want. Many of you might not have written so much in the last few years, maybe. Okay. Now, how many words do you have? How many of you have more than 50 words now? You don't have to count really. You can just look at the paper and you would have a fair idea. How many of you now have more than 50 words? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 90. I have myself. Wow. So many of you. And I'm sure all of you definitely have more than what you had last in the last exercise, correct? Now, this is the power of radiant thinking, the power of connections. I told you in the morning, your brain is designed to create connections. We all are designed to create connections. And connections is what really our life is all about. Okay. Now, when you're reading, if you take your notes in this manner, the main concept in the center and just the keywords from each chapter, maybe one branch per chapter and just the keywords there. Do you think it will be more concise, more precise and yet connected? Do you think you will have a better recall? And this is just the beginning, by the way, there is much more to this. But do you think this will help you much better? Right? Now think about this. How do you feel after you do this? How do you feel? Happy, great, cool, satisfied? Okay, have a great feeling after doing this, right? At least you got to know how many things are there that can keep you happy. So if you are ever sad, put this mind map in front of you. You will know there are 100 things to be happy about. Okay, psychology and philosophy aside, that is not the purpose of this exercise, but still it is very useful there. Now look at this one paper. You feel good, you feel nice, you feel you have so many thoughts, but look at the paper and tell me whether this is looking like clutter or looking like a beautiful piece of paper. How you feel is different, but how do you look? How does the paper look? If you give it to a random person and ask him, look at this paper, what will the person say? Of course, looks like a clutter, like looks very messy. Unless you have a very beautiful handwriting, only then it will look good. But for most of you, it is probably looking like clutter, words going in all directions. But there is a good news to this as well. This is the same clutter that until now was inside your mind, and that's why you are not able to come up with so many thoughts for happiness. The moment you starting putting this clutter on paper, now can you make a wonderful, beautiful mind map out of this? Can you reorganize these thoughts now? Now that everything has dumped on the paper, has been dumped down, now can you reorganize this, restructure it, make it beautiful, make it nice? Yes. This clutter is the same that until now was here. When clutter is inside, it is very difficult to resolve. The moment you take it out, it is very easy to resolve. For example, if I have headphones in my pocket, if I put some headphones in your pocket, wired headphones, and I tell you to take them out such that it should come out in a straight line, how much ever nicely you put them, they always come out with one or two knots, correct? And if you try to resolve that knot within the pocket, what will happen? Only more knots will get created. It won't be resolved. But if I tell you take it out and then make it a straight line, how much time will it take? A few seconds. Because now you are not entangling in that clutter, you are observing and you are fixing. Right? So that is possible when you deal with clutter in this manner. Similarly, when you read books, when you are thinking about something, when you're solving a problem, when you have a challenge, when you're doing some innovation, there is ample clutter here. And you find yourself lost because you're not observing the clutter. You are only getting entangled in the clutter. This tool, mind maps, allows you to put that clutter down on paper and then get very easy and simple with all the sorting. This process, this technique is used heavily by Bill Gates, heavily in the boardrooms of Reliance, of Apple. Modi ji has suggested this tool for children in his book called Exam Warriors. He had written a book a few years ago. He suggested go for mind maps. It's a very powerful tool. This tool is used by the best of thinkers in the world to generate thoughts, ideas, get clarity. One thing that a mind map definitely gives is clarity of thought. How to relate this with reading, I am coming shortly. But let me ask you this. How many of you are very good at creative writing? Type good or bad. Are you good at creative writing or bad at creative writing? If somebody asks you to write an article of 500 words, most of you will say you are bad because you have not written for a long time. Some of you may be good, most of you will be bad. Some of you may not know because you never thought about it. Right? But now tell me, looking at this mind map, tell me, can you write a 500 word on happiness easily? Yes. You have about 50 words, correct? When you are doing this process, now tell me, can you write an essay of 500 words? Easily. Yes. Why? You have 50 words. Each word you make a sentence, you'll have 500 words. What was required to write? Language everybody knows. It is the clarity of thought, what to write about. Correct? And you have that clarity of thought from this mind map. Getting the point? So this is possible when you do a mind map. That clarity of thought. Now tell me, if you use the same process in any place where you have to think, where you have to solve challenges, where you have to do innovation, you put the problem in the center and just randomly put your thoughts first. Just dump all your thoughts and then start connecting them. Do you think you will find the connecting pieces easily and solve your problem? If you put your reading in this, whatever you read from a book, if you take notes like this, will that make it better? And then around those notes, you expand the branches further to tell yourself how you will implement each of them. Will that make it even powerful? That is the power of a mind map. A very wonderful tool, a very powerful tool. I think you all should use it for whatever you do. Okay. Now let's come back to some sample mind maps. This is the mind map that you did for happiness. Now let me show you some other mind maps. This what you did just now was the single color. You took one pen and you wrote very fast. Okay. Now let us see what happens when you add colors to it. I'm going to show you some sample mind maps on your screen. Just have a look at them, how they are done. This is a mind map that was created to do a training program on creativity. So what presentations to use, what music, what content, what mixtures, what menu, what participation, what frames. Now look on the top. How is frames written? Frames is written inside a frame. Presentation has a small picture of presenter on it. If you do something like this, will you easily remember what you have written? Minor tweaks when you do in your notes, and this is what you did on the last page of your books, right? If you do minor tweaks, you'll remember much easily. Look at the bottom left. There is something called Vispas. A few branches, one below the other. So if you make like that, you can add acronyms, etc. also in the mind map. You remember even better. Let me show you one more mind map. Look at this one. This is a mind map for how to spend an ideal day. A mind map for healthy and daily living. Ideal hours for work, for leisure, for play, for sleep is what? Then second branch is on the right side, I mean. Second branch is take in work, take breaks. Your breaks should be short and regular. Why do you take breaks? To recharge your brain. Now look at the picture on the right. There's a picture of a brain connected to a charger. Is that how you recharge your brain? No, don't even try. But when you put a stupid picture like this, do you think you will recall much easier what you wrote in the mind map? Do you think your ability to recall what you wrote, your ability to be able to remember what you wrote will be much more? Because it is these stupid pictures, these simple tweaks that you make is what is easily remembered. When you make a mind map, you can get creative with the branch, with the text, with the colors, with the picture, with everything. Okay. Look at the bottom right branch, exercise. In that there is one branch called vary, means variable exercise. In that there is aerobic, where you have a picture of a heart, muscle building, picture of a dumbbell, flexibility, picture of a spring. The branch itself becomes a spring, and so on. Now tell me which mind map is better, the first one or the second one? The one that you saw first or this one? I'll show you the first one again. Here's your first one. Here's your second one. You all probably naturally will say second one. But trust me, every mind map is good. This looks good because the person's handwriting is good, beauty is good, he has done it very neatly. The first one is not done that neatly. It doesn't matter how good or bad your handwriting is. Your mind map is always good for you. For the rest of the world, it may be good or bad, but for you, it is always good. When you take notes like that, you will remember much better. And you will summarize everything in a single page. I'll show you a sample mind map of a book summarized in a single page shortly. Entire book summarized in a single page. I'll shortly show you that also. But let's have a look at few more mind maps. Look at this one. Now, if you observe these mind maps, one branch is entirely one color. The branch, sub branches are everything in a single color. But overall, there are multiple colors used through different branches. So that gives it colorful, pictureful, and even more wonderful, right? Look at this one. This is a mind map on a training program called team building. So somebody conducted this program. One of the attendees knew mind maps. He took all the notes in this form and summarized the entire day-long training in a single page. How to set goals, how to create leadership, how to do organizational structure, how to communicate, how to build a culture, etc., etc. All of this in a single page. If this person wants, he can conduct a similar training to other people with a single slide. No more slides required. And what is the notes that he will give? This picture. That's it. No more thick notes required. By the way, I will share the notes with all of you about this training also tomorrow when we are done with the training. I'll give you a link from where you can download all the notes. Sample mind maps, these mind maps, book reading plan, and a lot more. Okay. Now look at this one. This is a mind map on, this is not a mind map, but this is a general document on creativity. Fine. Good or bad? What do you think looking at this document? It has colors that you like. It has pictures that you like. It has creativity that you like. It has everything. But can you make sense of this? Do you know where to begin, where to end? No, the connections are not there. It is a very creative document, but very difficult to use because there are no connections. Only when there are connections, you can make sense. A mind map has both. It has creativity as well as connections, hierarchy as well as creativity, right? Another advantage of mind maps, especially when you're taking or making notes. Whenever you have new thoughts, there is always space to write. Look at the top of this mind map. There's empty space. I can put some more branches here, right? Look at the bottom branch, categories. There is ample space. I can write something more there. Look at the bottom right corner. I can always add words wherever I see white space, right? So you can keep doing that in the mind map. Now look at this mind map. This is very interesting. Look at this mind map and tell me good or bad. Everything has a limit, correct? So you may wonder this is a mind map, but it has too much information, too much to understand, not readable probably. And that's why you may think this is not a great mind map. But trust me, this is not only a good mind map, not only an awesome mind map, this is a super awesome mind map. I'll tell you why. You may not be able to read it, but the person who made it will surely be able to read it. Everybody can read their own handwriting, whether the rest of the world can read or not. Fine. Now, this mind map was made by a person who was planning a Europe tour for 30 days. Okay, 1 month Europe tour. Look at the branch in the center top. It's called Start. One moment. Let me show this. Look at this branch. Start. Then it says Friday 22nd July, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and so on. Correct? If possible, let me see if I can zoom this. I don't know if I can zoom this picture. Okay. Probably not. Anyways, that doesn't matter. The point is, every single day has been planned on one branch. What to do that day, where to go, what to do, how to spend time, what to see, which uh, which place to visit, which flight to capture to catch, which train to catch. Everything is put in one mind map. The entire trip is planned in one page. Now tell me, good or bad? People carry files with them. This guy carried only one piece of paper with him. Not only that much, this would make it a good mind map. But why is it super awesome? Because this mind map, while going, was his tour plan. But by the time he came back, this became his tour diary. How much ever you plan, some things may go wrong, right? Some train may be delayed, some flight may be cancelled, and so on. So if there is something that he couldn't do, he updated the same mind map and wrote there what he did instead. So he stroke off what he couldn't do and wrote what he did instead. So while going, this was his plan. While coming back, this was his tour diary. When you read a book, while reading, you make a mind map of your notes, and after that, you update it to put your own implementation plan. What would that learning mean to you? And the same mind map becomes your implementation plan. That is the power, and that's why this is a super awesome mind. Okay. This is a mind map that is created in Boeing. Boeing uses a lot of mind maps. This was a mind map when they had recession in 2008. And many teams were told to fire some people so that they can cut costs. But this one person wanted to ensure that people are not fired. So they all sat together, learned mind maps, created mind maps where all they can cut costs and find out ways to cut costs and achieve their cost cutting targets without firing people. It is used in the best of organizations. Warren Buffett also recommends using mind maps. You can use it in studies. This is biochemistry, photosynthesis, glucose, etc. I'm just going to zip through some of them very easily, quickly. You can use it in any language, no language barriers. Because you write only keywords here, right? So no language barriers. You can use Chinese, Japanese, European languages. Left to right or right to left doesn't matter. This is Arabic. Again, probably Chinese or Japanese. This is one mind map in which all the birds, all classification of birds is put in a single mind map. For each classification, what is the beak, what is the legs like, what are the wings like, all that is explained in a single mind map. Okay. You can use it at multiple places. This is a mind map to summarize a book. You can make a mind map to summarize a book that you have read, or you can make a mind map to first create a summary of a book that you are about to write. If you can write an article with a mind map, you can also write a book with a mind map. Correct? This is a mind map of Headstrong, a wonderful book written by Tony Buzan, where he talks about multiple principles of the brain, some of which I have covered in this training. You can make it anywhere. While colors and pictures are good to have, sometimes if you don't have, you don't stop. You can still make it anywhere. This is a sample for chemistry. You can teach it for statistics. Use it to, this is a mind map of fundamentals of statistics. All basics of statistics put in a single picture. What is the spread? What is the frequency? What is the sample? What is the survey? All that explained in one mind map. And see how beautifully this is done. Look on the right top. Largest is written in largest font. Smallest is written in a very small font. Then below that, there are some examples of frequencies. A bar chart is written in a bar font. A polygon, the branch itself becomes a polygon, and so on. You can use it to teach children. Why are we limited to A for apple? Why can't we tell them the objects are aeroplane and arrow, the fruits are apple and apricot, avocado and American kestrel, antelope and alligator, afraid and anger, aster and angelina? Why can't we give them all of this? Right? And now, a very important part. Now coming back and relating this with your actual training that we are here for. How to summarize an entire book in a single page. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a mind map of a very famous book that I have made a mind map of called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I'm sure all of you have heard of this book, correct? Some way or the other. At least you know this book. I'll show the mind map again, don't worry. Right? Some of you might have read this book. Anybody here who has read this book? Good. So, those who have read this book, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show this mind map and present it, which means in the next 7 to 8 minutes, I will give you the summary of that book. So you don't feel like pura din speed reading sikha lekin abhi to kuch nahi pada. At least you feel like you read something also. Okay. So 7 habits of highly effective people. And what I want you to do is not only look at this as a book summary and a way of taking notes, but also look at this as a presentation tool, how wonderful presentations can be done with a mind map. Okay. So this is the mind map of 7 habits of highly effective people, a book by Stephen Covey. Stephen Covey, this is a big fat book, a good 400-page book. And Stephen Covey was a self-help author. This is one of the books which probably created the industry of self-help books. It is that powerful. Now, let me tell you a bit about the book. What happened is Stephen Covey was always very curious about why is it that some people succeed and the others don't. Two children of the same parent, some children become awesome, the other children don't. Two people who pass from the same law school, one becomes a judge of the Supreme Court, the other person remains just another ordinary lawyer. Two people passing from the same medical college, one becomes a renowned surgeon, the other is still running a small dispensary somewhere. Two people from the same business school, one is a CEO of a multinational, the other is running a small shop. Why is it so that people from the same environment do differently in life? What is the difference in them? So he wanted to find that out. And in that, what he did is he went and interviewed a lot of people who were successful as well as who failed. And when he did that, he identified there are 7 common traits between all these people that are successful. And he documented all of this in this book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So let's look at what are the 7 habits that he said. And by the way, you all have one habit out of this for sure, which I'll tell you later. You may have others also, but one habit you all have for sure. Okay, fine. The first habit he says is be proactive. All these people who are very successful, very effective, they are always proactive. They take responsibility of taking action. They have the attitude of taking action. They don't wait for events to happen and then do reaction. They always take responsibility of action. That way they have the ability to choose the response of other people. See, if I tell you to take action, you have infinite possibilities. Once somebody takes action and you have to respond, there are limited possibilities, right? You can only choose from them. So they take action, they be proactive, thereby they decide how others will respond. That's the first habit, be proactive. The second habit is begin with the end in mind. Stephen Covey says, always begin whatever you want to do with the end in your mind. You should have a clear and practical picture of what is the end goal. What the non-effective people do is they think, do this much, then we will see, do that much, then we will see, do this much, then we will see. They never know what is the clear picture. But when you know a clear picture, you are always aware of the whole. See, all creation, he says, is mental first. It first begins here and then happens outside. You first create it in your mind, then you build it outside. First, the architect creates the picture in his mind, then makes a blueprint, and then the actual building is done. Right? Imagine if the architect tells you, if you want to build a house and your architect tells you, okay, do one thing, put these 4 walls, then we will see do what to do next. You won't be happy, right? A clear picture helps you to understand better. And what happens is when you have a clear picture, now you know every step you are taking is going towards the goal or away from the goal. So you're always aware of what you're doing. That's the second habit. Begin with the end in mind. The third habit, Stephen Covey says, is first things first. Set your priorities right and always do the top priority things first. You should be devoted and committed to your priorities so that there are no regrets. Stephen Covey says, what happens is when you do first things first, when you always do that, what was the highest priority, you will never regret for not doing something. You will always know what you did was of high priority. What is left over is anyways of low priority. So regrets will not be there. And when your priorities are right, you can organize your time, manage your resources, everything very well. The third habit, first things first. He moves on to the fourth habit. He says, always create win-win situations. These effective people don't believe in win-lose. They always believe in win-win. When you think win-win, you have a positive and abundance mentality. You always believe there is enough for everybody. So your mind is already thinking there is lot. The ocean is huge. Nobody can drink it entirely. Let everybody drink a little bit. When you think win-lose, your mentality is that there is very little and I should get it. When you think win-win, you think everybody should get it. That creates mutual understanding. More people join you. More benefits come up. Your leadership grows. Your interpersonal skills grow. More cooperation happens because you're letting everybody win. So create win-win situations. Fifth habit, he says, is understand before you want to be understood. Many of us have this one complaint in life. My wife doesn't understand me. My husband doesn't understand me. My children don't understand me. My boss doesn't understand me. We want everybody to understand us, but what are we doing to understand them? He says, once you understand others, you get clarity of thoughts, you know what you can do to make them understand you, and then you can make them understand you. So understand before you want to be understood. A classic example of this is the Reliance Jio network. If they came with just another mobile coverage, mobile tower, they wouldn't have made it so big. They first understood the market. They saw that these people is now more of youth. They want data over voice. And they created their plans accordingly. They understood the market. Then they launched. Overnight, they became the world's, the India's most largest mobile company. Understand before you want to be understood. Fifth habit. Then the sixth habit, work in synergies. Always believe that together we can do much more than alone. Have mutual respect for each other, teamwork, get creative, get cooperative, because when teams come together, more ideas come together. Synergies means right person for the right job. Like a military, like an army, where everybody is right for their job. Right? So create synergies. That way you will grow better. And last, but the most important habit, which all of you already have. Good news, congratulations. He says sharpen the saw, means keep renewing yourself, keep inventing, keep learning. Think of growth in social, physical, emotional, spiritual, mental, financial, everything. Keep learning. That's what you're doing here. You're sitting on a weekend to learn something. That's a wonderful thing. And that is the path of continuous improvement. So these are the 7 habits of highly effective people as per Stephen Covey. How was this as a presentation? Type in the chat box. Mind blowing, wow, awesome, amazing, brilliant, right? Now imagine when you read a book, you make your notes like this. Maybe not as beautiful as this, but in your own way. If you make your notes like this, what will happen to you as a person? What will happen to your reading? Will you not remember what you have read? You definitely will. Rahul is saying you can again take the position of God. No, I don't want to. I want to help you through this so you can become God. You read enough, you will become God. You don't have to consider anybody as God after that. Okay. The point is, when you make your notes like this, you will remember much better. You will understand much better. And that is going to do wonders to you. And then you can use this drawing that you make to present the book to others. You tell somebody, hey, come, I'll tell you what I have just learned. I'll give you a summary of this book that I read. It's wonderful. Now, when you do that, multiple things happen. Number one, when you teach, you remember much better. Number two, when you show something like this to people, they start respecting you more. That you are a learner, that you read books, that you create wonderful notes. And this is what you can do not only in reading. You can take minutes of meeting like this. You can generate ideas like this. You can do brainstorming like this. You can think for a project report like this. You can do everything like this. Right? So that is the power you get, you create when you make a mind map. Okay. Now some additional homework for today and some instructions before I give you the final technique and then we'll call it a day. Some additional homework for today. I want you to make 3 mind maps as a part of homework today. Homework number 1. Make a mind map. Make a mind map of any one event that is coming up next in your life. Some important event, maybe your children's birthday party you want to plan, maybe your anniversary you want to celebrate, maybe some audit that is going to happen in your office, maybe you want to prepare for your appraisal meeting, maybe you want to plan your taxation, whatever upcoming event is there, some exam you are giving. Think of any one exam or any one event and plan for that event in the form of a mind map. First take a blank paper and dump all your thoughts very fast and then make a beautiful mind map out of it. Okay, that's homework number 1. Sorry, homework number 2. Homework number 1 was already about reading a book that you have already read. Okay. Sorry, reading a 10 to 20 pages of a book that you are reading today. Okay. Homework number 2, make a mind map for an event. Homework number 3, I have shown you a lot of mind maps, but I haven't taught you how to make a mind map yet, right? That I will teach you tomorrow. But today's homework is make a mind map of how a mind map should be based on whatever you have seen. How should the lines be? How should the colors be? How should the pictures be? How should the words be? Make a mind map of how a mind map should be. Okay. That was your homework number 3. Another homework. Make a mind map of any one thing that is of interest to you. This is optional. A mind map of any one thing that is of interest to you. You may have a clinic, make a mind map of your practice, make a mind map of your business, of your work, of your studies, of one chapter, of one book that you have read, whatever, just to see how powerful it becomes when you take notes. Okay. And homework number 5, the last homework for today. I want you all to memorize the prime ministers of India in sequence from Jawaharlal Nehru all the way up to Narendra Modi ji. Okay. Nehru ji, then second, then third, then fourth, then fifth. The reason I am not taking other names is because I know you will get it wrong. Who was the second prime minister? Who was the second prime minister? Not Shastri. Go look up to Google. Shastri was the third prime minister. It was Gulzari Lal Nanda. But anyways, up to you. Remember, see how easy or difficult it is to remember the prime ministers. But I'll give you a small hint of how to remember it. Okay. What most of you would do is you will go and read the list 10 times or write it 3 times to remember it. But let's do something interesting here. Okay. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a part of a story and you complete the story and see how you easily remember. Fine. So here is how you remember prime ministers. Number 1. The first prime minister was Jawaharlal Nehru. You don't need a memory technique for this. We all know because we have all celebrated Children's Day and eaten a lot of chocolates on his birthday. Okay. So we all know the first prime minister was Jawaharlal Nehru. Now Jawaharlal Nehru liked roses a lot. Rose is called as gulab in Hindi, right? So gulab, and his name also had lal in it, Jawahar Lal. So gulab and lal together makes Gulzari Lal. So the second prime minister was Gulzari Lal Nanda because Jawaharlal Nehru liked gulab. So we got Gulzari Lal Nanda. Then God said, you like lal so much, Jawahar Lal, Gulzari Lal. God said, आप एक काम करो, first name में लाल ले लो. Take the lal in the first name and you got your third prime minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri. Okay. Now Lal Bahadur Shastri was very Bahadur. And his name end with what? Lal Bahadur Shastri. It ends with Stri. Stri means female. So we got our next prime minister who was a female prime minister, Indira Gandhi. Okay. Now like this, you take the list, look up Google for the list and make a story like this and see how easy it is to connect and remember the prime ministers if you make something weird like this. Okay. I'm not going to complete it for you. Completion is your homework. Fine. So you have a total of 5 homeworks. Number 1. Read 10 to 20 pages of the book that you have already read. Number 2, make a mind map of any one event that is coming up. Number 3, make a mind map of how a mind map should be. Number 4, make a mind map of any one topic of your choice. Maybe you have read a book, make a mind map of that, make a summary or whatever. And number 5, remember the prime ministers of India in sequence. Some of you are not from India, I understand. You can memorize your kings, your presidents, your prime ministers, whatever you follow in that sequence. Okay. So that's about your homeworks. Now, some very important and critical things that I want you to follow today and come back with that tomorrow. One is, of course, do your homework. Second, make sure that you take ample rest. You might not feel it, but your mind is tired by now. You may be excited because a lot of new information has come. How many of you have got a lot of new information today? A lot of you, right? When you get a lot of new information, you feel excited, but somewhere inside the mind is also getting tired. So it's important that you get adequate sleep. For today, don't do your Saturday night parties. Okay, just for today. So that you are fresh for tomorrow as well.